Hello. Can we all settle down as we start the program? Not too late, 10 minutes after expected time of starting. And I start with the warmest welcome to our teachers, uh, all our teachers who are present here today, and also who have taught us and are not here today. And I connect and give my pranam to their souls on all our behalves. I welcome all the delegates, both who are present here in person, as well as those who are joining us virtually. All of us, we are a large group. Some of us are physically here, and many of us are joining online. I welcome the invited speakers, students, current and past, our colleagues who have worked hard together, and staff members of the university who are supporting the program today. A very, very warm welcome to the conference. To introduce the conference, this is a conference on peace psychology. And the theme is the journey to peace within the self and beyond. As we start, I'm inviting each and every one of us to take a few moments to notice where we have been today morning, how we have woken up, what all we have responded to, our journey up to this West Bengal State University, which is a little far, some of us who are very busy, and how we are finding ourselves in this chair, in our respective positions, to slowly, slowly orient ourselves from the cacophony to the peacefulness of this participation. I have been working in mental health for a while. To introduce myself, I'm Priyanka Bhupal Bhattacharya, and I work as a clinical psychologist in the community. And the two bits I have understood about peace is that it's a state of achievement. It's not somewhere we reach, it's an effort to reach to that point. And I want us to think about, ourselves. And my evocation would be that all of us here present today come from a point of connection from where ourselves have evolved. For example, a very small saying grandmothers usually say, I know Professor Manikam, do you understand Bengali? But there is a Bengali saying, I'm sure all of you have heard about it. It's called Shukher theke Shanti Bhalo. তাই না? Perhaps it says that it is better to spend your time in pursuit of peace than of pleasure. So we have grown up hearing these things from our grandmothers. We have grown up smelling jasmines, we have grown up smelling chandan and looking at the beauty around us. We have grown up in chaos. And we have also had a journey. Each one of us are bringing ourselves into this conference. And I want all of us as a community to work together and come from a point of curiosity with just one idea that this is being organized by the Department of Psychology of the West Bengal State University. And I've always thought this, I have been asked this question many times. Is peace truly a domain of psychology alone? And it makes me think to what extent some of these issues like mental health, peace, to what extent are they only within the domain of psychology and who else? And it only makes me think that we from the Department of Psychology are perhaps not alone, but we have to understand how we participate, where we understand the self in various ways. So, with just these two bits, I would like to carry on with today's program. Uh, our honorable chief guest is our IQAC director. She's not here in the current moment. Professor Shutapa Chatterjee Shorkar. She is the Internal Quality Assessment Cell Director. And the Vice Chancellor of West Bengal State University, Dr. Mohua Das, she will be joining us later as well. We want to notice their presence. They have sent their blessings. And I would like to start today's ceremony by inviting all of us, our teachers, all speakers, to welcome on stage to light the diyas. Volunteers, can you please bring all our speakers on stage? Professor Sam Manakam, Professor Anjali Ray, Professor Rahul Banerjee, Dr. Shri Mohit Auruvda Chattopadhyay, the coordinator of the Department of Psychology, Dr. Shunjita Ghosh, the convener, we want to observe this wonderful, enlightening moment. Chandan has got properties which evoke beautiful smell and calmness and a coolness on the skin. We honor our speakers and teachers with an Uttoriyo. Shall we have the music playing?
भद्राणि
An abode of joy at the core. Our earth is confined, and the sky too seems like a dungeon. Polluted breath fills the air. Thus, it's time to break the cover. Darkness fades away, and we shall take steps for the future. Heavenly nectar would readily fill your life. Keep your flute free. Be sure He, God, would come and play His own tune. Once we introspect into our inner self and connect with the plenitude of treasure within, we are able to leave behind what holds us back from outside. Priyanka will be presenting this to you in the form of a song.
আপনারে দিয়ে রুচিলি রে কি আপনারি আবরণ খুলে দেখ তার অন্তরে তার আনন্দ নিকেতন আনন্দ নিকেতন আপনারে দিয়ে রুচিলি রে কি আপনারি আবরণ মুক্তি আজিকে নাই কোনো ধারে আকাশ সেও যে বাঁধে কারাগারে মুক্তি আজিকে নাই কোনো ধারে আকাশ সেও যে বাঁধে কারাগারে নিঃশ্বাসে তাই ভরে আসে নিরুদ্ধ সমীরণ খুলে দেখ ঠেলে দে আড়াল ঘুচিবে আধার আপনারে ফেল দূরে সহজে তখনই জীবন তোমার অমৃতে উঠিবে পুরে শূন্য করিয়া রাখ তোর বাঁশি বাজাবার যিনি বাজাবেন আসে শূন্য করিয়া রাখ তোর বাঁশি বাজাবার যিনি বাজাবেন আসে ভিক্ষা না নিবি তখনই জানিবি ভরা আছে তোর ধন খুলে দেখ দ্বার অন্তরে তার আনন্দ নিকেতন আনন্দ নিকেতন আপনারে দিয়ে রচিলি রে কি আপনারি আবরণ
Now that we have mindfully anchored ourselves, we are going to energize ourselves. Shrobona Panda from batch 13 will be presenting Shiva. Shiva is exploring the unknown, and Shiva is a state of energy which connects body, mind, and spirit. Shrobona. Music. Music, please.
आङ्गिकं भुवनं यस्य वाचिकं सर्ववाङ्मयम् आहार्यं चन्द्र तारादि तं नमः सात्विकं शिवम् ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय
Namah Shivaya.
Sari ga ma ga ri sa ga pa ri sa mi pa ga ri sa ri sa mi pa ga ri pa ga ri sa ni ta ta ta. Dim 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 ta di di dim ta di di. Team, 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 ta, di, team, ta, ta, di, di, ta, ta, di, dum, 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 ta, ta, di, dum, 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 ta, 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 di, dum, 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 ta, 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 di, dum, 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 tari, taka, chunu, dim, tari, taka, chunu, tari, kita, taka, tam, tari, kita, taka, tari, kita, taka, tam, tari, kita, taka, tari, kita, taka, tari, kita, taka.
Thank you, Shobana. That was very exciting, and we are alert now for the rest of the day. Um, I call upon Dr. Shonchita Ghosh, the convener for today's conference, to give her welcome address.
Good morning, dear esteemed guests, my teachers, colleagues, and fellow researchers. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of the International Conference on Peace Psychology, organized by the Department of Psychology, West Bengal State University. As the convener of this conference, I'm truly honored to have you all here with us today. My special gratitude would go to Sri Bratto Boshu, HMIC, Departments of School Education and Higher Education, Government of West Bengal, who has wished us all success. I would like to read his message. I'm happy to know that the Department of Psychology in the West Bengal State University is organizing the second international conference, A Journey to Peace Within Self and Beyond. This conference is without any doubt an important launchpad for analyzing peace, especially for scholars and activists. This gathering of distinguished scholars and practitioners from around the world is a testament to the significance of peace psychology and its real life application. I wish the Department of Psychology of West Bengal State University all success. I'm sure that each one of you will leave this conference with a renewed sense of purpose and commitment towards promoting peace and harmony in all aspects of our lives. Thank you, sir, for this inspiring message. Also, a special mention is due for Dr. Mohua Dash, the Honorary of West Bengal State University, for extending her wholehearted support. The goal of this conference is to bring together experts, researchers, and practitioners in the field of psychology to share their experiences, exchange ideas, and explore ways to promote peace and mutual understanding. This year's conference features a diverse range of plenary sessions, paper presentations, poster presentations, panel discussions, all focused exploring the role of psychology in promoting peace and nonviolence. I'm sure that the insightful researches shared during this conference will help us to understand in a better way the factors that contribute to conflict and violence. That understanding will pave the way for a significant realization how we can work together to build a more peaceful future. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, participants, and sponsors for making this little dream come true. I hope that you will find the conference informative, engaging, and thought provoking. Now, please allow me to conclude with a brief story. There was a king who offered a prize to the artist who could paint the best picture of peace. Many tried. The king looked at all the paintings. After much deliberation, he was down to the last two. One of them had a calm and quiet lake perfectly mirroring peaceful mountains that towered over it. Over it, fluffy white clouds were floating in a blue sky. The second picture had mountains too, but those mountains were rugged and bare. Above was an angry sky split by huge flash of lighting. Apparently, that did not appear to be peaceful place at all. But the painter drew a nest there in which the tiny chicks were asleep peacefully close to the mother bird. The king was in a dilemma. What is peace? The first painting, like a picture postcard of peace. The second one had a different portrayal of peace. Which is the real one? Or both are real in their respective ways? These questions lead to so many answers viewed from so many perspectives. This is precisely wherein lies the significance of this international conference on peace psychology. So many perspectives. Thank you once again for joining us, and I would like to look forward to an exciting and productive conference. Welcome you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. I would like to call upon Dr. Dinaz Bilimoria Gigi Boy. Sorry, I know her as Billy Moria. So, Dr. Dinaz Gigi Boy to give the IQAC message and felicitation of our chief guest.
Thank you, Priyanka. This is a message from the IQAC, Professor Shutapa Chatterjee Shorkar. Dear esteemed guests and colleagues, it is truly an honor to welcome all the distinguished guests who have gathered here today for the second International Conference on Peace Psychology at West Bengal State University titled A Journey to Peace Within Self and Beyond. We are deeply grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam and colleagues of the Department of Psychology for making this event possible. This conference provides a platform for multi-departmental interactions, highlighting various aspects of peace psychology and its impact on sociocultural domain. We are confident that the knowledge and insights shared here will benefit all teachers, scholars, and students of West Bengal State University and beyond. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, Dr. Shunjita and Dr. Shrimoy, for their tireless efforts in making this event a success. I hope that this conference will be the first of many regular interactions that will benefit the academic community. Last, I invite you to experience the natural beauty of our university away from the hustle and bustle of the city, surrounded by lush green meadows and serene water bodies. We wish you all the best and hope you enjoy your stay with us throughout this journey towards peace. It is an honor to have you all with us today, together, united, and gathered to enrich ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gigi Boy. I call upon Dr. Shrimoy Tarvdar Chattopadhyay to deliver the departmental address.
And it is indeed a pleasure to see all of you in our auditorium, and so many of you has joined us from all over India to be a part of the second international conference on peace psychology. From the department, it is, taking forward a journey that we started in the year 2008 when the university was formed. 2009 had us see our Department of Psychology grow. We are very pleased that in the presence of our teachers today, that we have also taken this journey forward, and batch 14 and 15, all our students here are from batch 14 and 15. It is indeed a wonderful, wonderful journey and a celebration of psychology and the learning thereof from the discipline. When I was thinking about the karma yagya that the department has put forth and put together, I was looking at Sanchita yesterday, my colleague and the convener of the conference, and she was very tired yesterday and doing everything for the last 3 or 4 months, the planning, the incessant running about for it and organizing. I just felt that it was like, that she was there like Ram. I was like Lakshman, because taking a sort of a backseat, and our wonderful Vanar Sena. With our wonderful, enthusiastic Vanar Sena, we thought we could fight, the Ravan, the mighty Ravan. And we've done it, and it is our pursuit that has made us join hands, come together in the pursuit of peace. I invite you all again, and may this be a beautiful interaction of insights, of finding peace within self and beyond. Thank you so much for being a part of this journey.
The most awaited section, the keynote speech. I would like to introduce Professor L.S.S. Manakam, Sam Sir as we know him. He's formerly Professor of Clinical Psychology, JSSAHER, Mysuru, Professor of Clinical Psychology and Head of Department of Clinical Psychology at SRU Chennai, Director of Wellness and Mental Health in Trias, Bengaluru, Honorary Director, Center for Applied Psychological Studies, Thiruvananthapuram. Am I right? Yes. So we invite with a lot of joy our keynote speaker on stage. Along with him, we will call our librarian, university librarian, Dr. Shushanto Banerjee, to felicitate Dr. Manikam. Dr. Shushanto Banerjee. The library is a very important part where psychology students get to read books of other departments also. And it is often the seat of peace and peaceful ideas and knowledge. So, who else but our librarian to come and felicitate our keynote speaker, Professor L.S.S. Manakam. May I request Dr. Shonchita Ghosh to also felicitate Dr. Banerjee? The keynote speech.
Good morning. Yeah, I was just checking whether the mic works. Yeah. Priyanka's invitation makes me feel that I'm at home, which makes me feel that instead of giving a formal talk, I need to interact with you. Before talking about Priyanka, I don't know whether it's the same Priyanka. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me over here, and especially the vice chancellor of this university and all the office bearers, as well as the organizing committee. I don't know whether to say about Ram or Lakshman, but both of them, I think, are equally involved. But I was in touch with Sanchita more, and thanks to, or rather persuading me to come over here. I said I will do it online, but Sanchita said, no, 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 you have to come here. You have to come here with us in this campus. So, what? 2010, yeah. I was trying to recollect whether it was 2010 or, yeah. Because I knew that Srimoyi and me went to Haifa in 2011. So I knew for sure that it was before that I went to Haifa together that this has happened. And when I said about Priyanka also reminded me of meeting her, I think in 2008 in University of Calcutta. And I still remember after the Gestalt walk, what she narrated. I don't know whether she remembers, but I remember that. So I was very much happy to see that she was making us grounded as we were listening in the first session of today. This is again, as I was driving towards this side, I was also wondering, are we disconnecting with our environment? The number of buildings that are coming up, the number of water beds that are being covered with concrete structures makes me feel. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. That's what I was looking. So I thought somebody has put me in the. Yeah. Oh. What happened? Yeah. Is it working now? Yeah. Yeah. This again reminds me of my workshop here earlier. Anyway, I'm not going to that. I'll talk about the topic that we have, and this is how I would like to present. Sustainability of psychology as a discipline, because Priyanka, again, I said she was asking, what do we psychologists have a role in this piece? Do we really have, or what do we have, or how do we do that? I think that is something which I would probably split in the first as well as in the end of my presentation, and would talk about the context, which we are all aware, but I may focus on some of those things, the different views of Indian thinkers. I think that is something which we have not seriously looked at. As I was listening to the invocation and the dance, how much of it has got the manifestation of Indian thought in it? That's something which we have not thought about it, which may help us to focus further or think further or reflect further. And where does those things come from, the psychologists or the Indian thinkers' views come from? And do we have a plan of action? as we move from here from the second to the third, do we have something to take home so that in 2024 we come back for the third conference and see this is what we have learned from this conference, we have worked on it, and here we are. Or maybe after down the lane at the 10th conference, we will say that this is a long-term project that we initiated, and here we are. We are talking about Gandhiji's concept of peace, or we have worked on the psychological manifestations of thoughts from the Upanishads, or different things. I'm just giving you a seed here, so that let's see whether we can work on it. So before we move on to that, as I said, we need to know what we are. We have to think of this section. It's not related to directly related to the topic, but I thought that this is something which, if you are a psychologist and if you are from this country, I think we need to ponder on this. I'll quickly run through some of the photographs and would like to ask you to respond if whether you know who they are. I'll not keep it for a long period of time. Quickly, I will run through that. Anyone from the audience can identify this person? No. This one? Select man. Okay. I hear one or two. Fine. This one? Okay. That's very relaxing to know. And this one? Yeah. See the overwhelming response. And this one? No way. This one? Yeah. Some of them, or some of you are aware of it. And this one? GGG Prabhu. One or two are aware. So this is where we are about our own psychologists from this country. So this is something which we need to change. About this person? Any idea? Okay, I mean, he's he's a guest alternate, so that's why I kept him Fritz Pulse. Yeah. Now, this is Narendranath Sen Gupta. I think we need to study more about him. What was his contribution? What was his earlier research on? And what did they come out with? Virendra Shekhar Bose, I'm glad that many of you are aware of him, but I think we need to know what has he brought out from the ancient thought for us to research on. So when we say that what we have as psychologists to do on peace, we look at his thought and see whether there is something available or not. You are fortunate being in Kolkata, where I presume the earlier volumes of Indian Journal of Psychology are available. Our librarian is here. I will probably check with the department from the library department is represented here. We'll check with him whether those things are available. Please take time. Even if you have some allergy, it's fine. But please take time to read through some of his writings. This is again Gunamudia and David Boas, who was the person who started the department in Chennai or at the University of Madras in 1948. Sorry, 43. But he joined there. This man, I think, people who are in the clinical psychology need to know, should know, because he has written a lot about not about Indian thought, but clinical psychology in India, how it has to be shaped, has been written by him. And I met him. Before I met him, he was my teacher. Before I met him, I've read his articles that has appeared in the Indian Journal of Clinical Psychology, which made me feel that I need to do something in this field. So I think he was more of inspirational, and it was not just teacher and student till his probably a couple of months before his death. I was in constant touch with him. That's again, see, he brought out a lot of things which I think we need to ponder over it, which makes us feel that 107 years of psychology in India, where are we now? Sometimes I feel very sad, thinking about whether we are on the reverse gear. What's the problem? The National Commission for Allied and Healthcare Professionals Bill came up in 2021, and the planning for that was happening from early 2020s, early 2010s, and we did not respond to that appropriately. That's what made us feel that our identity as a psychologist is being questioned. What happens? We are grouped under community care, behavioral health sciences, and other professionals. Here we are, along with community care, behavioral health science, and other professionals. You have so many of them, and we are there uh, at, as behavioral health sciences professional psychologists. And we were uh, fighting for a separate council, and nothing worked because of our own disunity among the professionals group. I'm sorry to say that, but it's time now that we wake up, the young generation. Please wake up and see, look at the other models that are available in different countries and see whether we want to have one association or federation of different psychology associations, and see whether we can achieve something which we stand for. And the problem with this commission is, the new commission is that it says that uniform entry examination with common counseling for admission into the allied and healthcare institutions at the diploma, undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral level in the manner as may be specified by regulation. What a stupid thing it is going to be. We want psychologists who have got aptitudes into the field. We want people who have that kind of a passion to the profession, as we had seen from the founders. Jirendra Shekhar Bose was a medical person. He wanted to do psychology, and he came into the field and could contribute a lot of things. And compared to that, I don't know how many of us are doing even 1/100th of what he has done in his lifetime. We need to collectively address these challenges and develop strategies to sustain our profession as social psychologists, or panchayat psychologists, or peace psychologists, or clinical psychologists, or some other psychologists that you may would like to call, because there are different divisions, and we need to look at our context where we are and develop what is needed for us, rather than just adopting community psychology from the West or rural psychology from the West. We need to know what is our context and see what kind of a profession or branch that we need to develop to make the our profession growing, or how we can give back to the society where we intend to serve. The context is this one. One of the sayings used to be, we are all sailing in the same boat. But I think now COVID has taken us out of that. We are all in the same storm, but in different boats. If you look at globally in the scenario of conflicts, we are in the same scene. We have the Russian aggression, which started in 24-22. We know that that's far away. I think it is impacted as Manipur is far away from where I live. But when I think of coming to Kolkata, I'm coming closer to that. Am I at risk? Am I safe? How am I impacted within my body, within my mind, or the other areas that I would like to talk about? This is again the recent one which was happening, the photographs that you see. So our country is also passing through different challenges, as you all know, and we are bound to meet certain goals because of signing the UN treaties of various things. We are bound to comply with certain goals, and we have also our Prime Minister has also set certain goals that we need to reach by 2070, when his vision that far. At the same time, these are some of the challenges that we have. Very kind of a painful situation. We have to see this in the backdrop of the Sustainable Developmental Goals report. I'll talk about the Sustainable Development Goals a bit later. This is where I feel, what have we as psychologists could respond to this? The universal goals has been set. The government has got its own goals. The government has set up different divisions on towards working on the goals. At the same time, what have we as psychologists could respond to that, saying that, look, here are certain models that we have developed by which we can attain the sustainable developmental goals of different nature. There are 17 goals. Out of that, 16 is peace. I'll come to that later. So this is the status report. This is the report that we have. As of May 22, the number of people forced to flee conflict, violence, human rights violations, and persecution had surpassed 100 million. In 2021 alone, 320 fatal attacks against human rights defenders, journalists, and trade unions were recorded in 35 countries. They don't talk about the civilians because they're worried about themselves, journalists. If we are psychologists, then we will see how many psychologists were affected. At least 13,842 deaths were associated with 12 of the world's deadliest armed conflicts in 2021, including 11,075 civilians. It's a positive thing that civilian deaths dropped by 17% from 2020 and by 69% from 2015. I'm not sure whether this was impacted by the COVID or not, where we were locked down. Now, when the next report comes, probably this may go up because the Russian war, the Ukraine situation, and the other Sudan situation all have come after this. Over the last decade, the world spent $349 billion on peacekeeping, humanitarian relief, and refugee support. That's a huge amount. Between 2016 and 2020, 28% of seized weapons were reported as successfully traced. From 2018 to 2019, national authorities destroyed 48% of weapons seized, found, or surrendered. This is a positive sign. And then you find between 2015 and 2020, the global homicide rate declined by 5.2%. Again, a positive thing. Women and girls comprise about 60% of all homicide victims killed by intimate partners or family members. If this is a concern of UN, don't we have a role here? Don't we have a project? Don't we have an act to respond to this? By 2030, the global homicide rate is projected to decrease by 19% from the 2015 level to around 48% per 100,000 people, but still short of the significant reduction targeted in the SDGs. So there are lots more to be done, and if we have to achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030, we have already crossed the halfway mark, and we do not know where India would reach by that time. Now, we have to look at peace from different perspectives. I think even Priyanka was drawing our attention to what peace means to each one of us. After the invocation, how many of you were peaceful within inside? And when Srimoyi walked in, Professor Anjali asked her, "Are you at peace?" And she said, "I'm not peaceful these days for her own personal reasons." So being at peace here means different things for different people. So I'd like to draw your attention to a couple of views, UN views, which is mostly from a human rights perspective. UN views peace as a sacred one. UN see that we need to avoid threat and has to avoid fear of war. It should be inclusive and should be sustainable, as I've already mentioned. So UN has been there for the past 40 years after making this statement on the Declaration of Rights of People to Peace. And 40 years from then, where are we now? It also says that it's a sacred duty of each state that our people should have the sacred right to peace. So there is some kind of a spiritual dimension coming in there. I'm just keeping the thread there. So sacredness is part of our Indian thought very much. We cannot think of anything without being spiritual, which we have not looked at from a psychological perspective. We have been following the body mind, but we have left out the spiritual part of it. UN has given that thought again they said it's a fundamental obligation of each state. And the third one is the elimination of the threat of war, which I already mentioned. And as a result, it tends to observe certain days. International Peace Day is observed on September 21. The recent one was the theme of the recent conference of 2022 was the end of racism, or maybe we can call casteism if you have to contextualize it. And he said racism, or you replace racism with casteism, and also put Manipur in context, to continuously poison institutions, social structures, and everyday life in every society. It continues to be a driver of persistent inequality, and it continues to deny people their fundamental human rights. It destabilizes societies, undermines democracies, erodes the legitimacy of governments, and the linkages between casteism or racism and gender inequality are unmistakable. So I don't want to take you to different reports on how the women are affected when they have to migrate and locally displaced. The UN, the second view on the International Day of Nonviolence is again very close to us. This is again based on the Gandhi's work, and 15th of June 2000 is observed as the International Day of Nonviolence. Then we have International Day of Tolerance. That again comes from Indian concept of Sahya, or the being able to withstand with another person. As we have all been doing, we have a lot of models that we can think of if you reflect on. And this is what I said about the sustainable goals. So this is a 2015 one that set the 17 goals, of which many are relevant to psychologists. Many countries have got associations of the psychologists for responding to this, advising their own governments on what can be done to achieve these goals from a psychological perspective. Because if you look at the goal 3 on health and well-being, we have a role. Equality in education, role 4, we have a role. If you look at each of those things, about 10 of them have a direct influence on psychologists, or psychologists have a great role. And goal 16 says promote peaceful and inclusive societies. I repeat, promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. May be a Herculean task which we may not be able to achieve, but I think if we think of it collectively, splitting it, where can we start? We may get some ideas. And as I mentioned, all these things were there. UN's effectiveness is being questioned. As a student of, as I was a school student, I used to think, learning about UN. I used to think that, okay, now we have all gone through different wars. We studied about World War I, World War II, and we had the Indo-China War. I was very young at that time. Then we had the Bangladesh War, 1971. We have come through that, and now we may be at peace. It didn't end there. It's continuing irrespective of UN existing there. So it's just, UN does not make a difference. I think it has to start from our theme of the self, thinking about the global peace. So this is again Nandita Chowdhury, who has written about, it's a very interesting article. If you get hold of that, there are a lot of things which psychologists need to ponder about. The Global Agency for Peace and Action, the UN, and its many branches too seem still ill-equipped to handle the situation worldwide. Now, what about the psychological views? Johann Galtung has given 3 meanings for it. There are many views, but these are the 3 things which he had talked about. One is the negative piece, which he had researched on, and which means negotiation of overt violence, or its absence of bloodshed and war. That's how he defines negative peace. And then we have positive peace, which talks about the positive social relationship characterized by friendship, solidarity, and harmony. I think which we are very much aware in Indian context. We don't know, nobody has to teach us if you are in the right place. Structural peace, which is talking about the socio-political order where equality and justice prevail, which means overturns of social systems that perpetuate structural discrimination has to be equalized, so that we have a structural peace which comes in. Now, what the other researchers, Lesham and Halperin, 2020, in their paper, talks about lay person's view of peace. That's very interesting. When we have a top-bottom approach, when we talked about the previous one, where we talk about, we conceptualize the peace and then start working towards it. But we have the other view. Unfortunately, they have also got into the structure of the 3 themes that has come up and was trying to see what the people at the bottom talks about it. So they had interviewed about 500 people from the town area, the border areas of West Bank, Gaza, and Israel, and tried to understand what they perceive as peace. And they have again the same concept. They view peace as the end of war. They also see harmonious relationships, and also would be happy about the justice part of it. And they found that the more peace is understood in structural or positive rather than negative peace terms, the higher our citizens desire to solve their conflict through sharing, rather than dividing resources. There are, if you look through the study, there are a lot of points which are coming up, but the context where it was conducted also matters. We may not have the same kind of a context, so don't go to the same study, take the tool they have used and use it. You have to, if at all if somebody is interested in it, read the tools, see whether that's has it got any relevance here, validity of the tool, or is there any other new terms or new concepts emerging within, with in line with the thoughts that Indian thinkers have given, which I'll be focusing a bit later. So a new model called Two States, Homeland, proposed by Palestinian and Israel journalists, scholars, and political activists from diverse ideological backgrounds might offer a configuration that more accurately balances between negative, positive, and structural factors. So this is something which they have done. If you are interested, please look into that and see whether how you can modify it or discuss collectively with an interest group of peace psychologists in India and see what are the things that we can take up and study. Now, we have another interesting thing where the peace has got a role in, sorry, whether the psychologists have got a role in peace or not. If you can read through this, you might get some insights. Yet there remains another wall. This wall constitutes a psychological barrier between us, a barrier of suspicion, a barrier of rejection, a barrier of fear, of deception. I'm not going to read the entire thing of it. What I'm trying to say is that it is this psychological barrier which I described in official statements as constituting 70% of the whole problem, which he has talked about this to the Israeli parliament in 1977. Now, what about psychologists in India? Have they looked at it? Unfortunately, some of them have done it. Like we know, in the previous conference, I mentioned about Cool, other people who have worked on it. I like this book, and if you get hold of it, please read through that. This was written by, unfortunately or fortunately, by Gardner Murphy, who is a foreigner who was invited by the UNESCO, because at that time Prime Minister Nehru approached UNESCO to constitute a study to see what was happening after the partition in India, the social tensions that existed. So if this book gets published now, it may be titled as In the Minds of Men and Women in India, but those days, the minds of, please, women, do not say that this is a gender biased book and I don't want to read it. That's why I'm explaining this. Men and women at that time, he was talking about, very interesting, that I don't think we need to have another Murphy to do the studies in India. There are enough young people here, as we had in the past. So we have to think of what Gandhi has written about it, which again is well talked about. If he says that we shall have to begin with children, because children don't have any boundaries, whether black or white or upper or lower. I can narrate several instances. I've gone to different homes where how they treated, or people have talked to me about their treatments because of certain barriers within them. How do we remove that? Or what is it, that component that makes us go beyond the barriers that we have set within ourselves? These children probably, when they grow up, I don't know how they would behave because of the learnings they may get from the adults. And ahimsa is something which is always there. I'm not again going to talk more about it. Rabindranath Tagore, I think I should thank Sanjita for persuading me to come over here. And that's what made me, I didn't know that Rabindranath Tagore had talked so much about peace and was very much concerned about it. I think somebody can take it up, even if it's a literature review. See what Rabindranath Tagore has talked about peace in through different poems, or through, I was not seen other things of him, songs, which my teacher was fond of. I had a teacher, Dr. George Matthew, he's from Kerala, but he was very fond of Rabindra Sangeet, and he used to listen to those days the cassettes and He used to give a large collection of it. He learned Bengali, and I used to listen to that, but I didn't understand any of those words except Kamnochin and Bhaluachi and all those things. But it's very important that someone who is from here, please go through that. And Kundu has written. Kundu is not a psychologist. He was a botanist who was fond of Rabindranath Tagore's work, and he established a center in UK on Tagore's center, and he wrote this article, uh, Rabindranath Tagore and World Peace. And this is the quotes from his book, that his article that I've taken, which I think we need to, which has got a very, very impact on people who are peace lovers. And that's where he himself, the Kundu has said that American people are fond of it, or the Westerns are fond of it. When it is Rabindranath Tagore, oh, who is bothered? Indian, who is bothered? Or Bose, when he writes, who is bothered? But I wish that uh, one of his vision is that world where man and woman exist in perfect harmony with nature. Again, those days men refer to the whole of mankind, so I'm just added woman there. A world where man and woman exist in perfect harmony with nature. When I showed the first photograph of this environment, it's a very nice way of being in harmony with the nature. And when in the initial part of our today's session, we were in harmony with the nature in different ways. I don't know, when you said about Freud, there was a good applause. Did you know that Freud had met Tagore? Okay, I'm glad that you said it. And that is, after meeting Tagore, I understand that Tagore did not write much about how he perceived Freud, but Freud found him ailing and tired, but he's a wonderful sight. He really looks like we imagine the Lord God looks, but only about 10,000 years older than the way Michelangelo painted him in the Sistine. So this is what Freud has talked about. There were in that article, there were, in another article, there is a reference on how their interaction went. But I felt that had Tagore met Peirce, things would have been different. Fritz Perls, I'm talking about the Gestalt therapist Fritz Perls, because Fritz Perls was also talking about, or the Gestalt view is also about the person in harmony with the environment, or it's always in me, I am in constant touch with the environment. So without the environment, I don't exist. That's what Gestaltian would say, and that's nothing. I mean, Tagore may have had a different version that would have enriched us more than what Gestalt Fritz would have said or other people would have said. And he was also involved in the peace-related initiatives, which I'll skip now. I'm not concerned about the time. Yeah, I have time. Do I have time? No, some more? Yeah, I have. I don't have to run. Okay, okay. I think that's good. Yeah. So, lot of more and more people are talking about the East and the West coming together. Tagore also had talked about it. Now, this is another very wonderful quote, which I think you all need to be keeping in mind if you are working towards peace. This mind is a part of the universal mind. Each mind is connected with every other mind. And each mind, wherever it is located, is in actual communication with the whole world, which is really the theme of the conference. So when Sanjita sent me the theme of the conference, I said, wow, because this is a code which I have been cherishing within myself. And we see, where does these things come from? Where does these things come from? This concept of the whole world and me. It comes from the Upanishadic philosophy. So when someone talks about body mind or body mind soul, I slightly get disturbed within me, because in the Indian thought it is not just the three, it is more than that. What you find here as the person is the Annamaya Kosha, the Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha. It's very difficult that you don't find any kind of a description on these things in the Upanishads itself, because they were not written by psychologists. So it's our responsibility to see how we understand the meaning of it, how it has got its relevance in the real world. That is the task which we have. The three people whom I've talked about, Gandhiji has talked about it, Vivekananda has talked about it, Rabindranath Tagore has also talked about these dimensions, that me and the environment, me and the whole world. I think we need to see what kind of a thing we can focus on. So this is the concept of the person in Taittiriya Upanishad, which is not form part of our. I think it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, so this is again a gestalt thing. One part of the thing gets affected, I also get affected. Me talking to you also get affected, and I also get affected. So let me get back to this. So each one of these concepts, both from the physical world as well as the psychologists as well as the physical people, have to be looking at it and see, what does it mean for me? What does it mean for me? Are they in constant touch? This is again, Girindra Shekhar has brought this in his article in 1930. Not a recent one. 1930 he had wrote about it, but we have forgotten about it. We need to see labs working towards that. Oh, yeah, I think this is something which yeah. So we have the 5 dimensions. I was looking at the 5 things there and the 5 fingers. I mean, a lot of things which comes to me when I start relating. So when you talk about the physical bodily experience, what do we have as part of the Indian thought, or now, as Priyanka was asking us to do, think of your body and think of that. And then we focus on the breath, which is very much there in the yogic asanas, and the emotional or the sensational ones. When I was when Priyanka talked about the jasmine, the smell, the sensation that's coming in. And then we talk about the cognitive, the knowledge or the wisdom. And then it is something beyond, and which the end of the Shiva's dance, it took us to a different plane, which is, I was for a moment was not here. I was taken to a different thing. That happens with people who do meditation on your own, or when you do certain activities, including a physical activity, exercise, or some certain things which you do, you are taken to that. So it is time that we just don't talk about it, but we need to get into action. So we have to get started, quit talking and begin doing. So what do we do? Be the change. This is again, take the challenge. This now SDG UN has taken this slogan of be change, be the change, which has come from Gandhiji again. Just start, no matter how simple and small your effort is. Provided your teachers are willing to guide you or support you. That's one thing which I felt was not there. When I was a student, I wanted to work on certain topics, go to the teachers and say that, they'll say that, where is the literature? Where is the evidence? Or how do you support your thing? Yeah, if I don't bring it out, how do I get the support? You don't have any published papers, because the thought is original, which G.S. Bose was trying to communicate to Freud. Freud didn't understand, because he was in a different mindset of understanding the Indian thought. So G.S. Bose had his grounding in the Indian thought and was trying to communicate that, see, look, this is how it works in my thought, my understanding of people, working with people, this is how I get. Which I went to that because of working with people. Working with people, they made me feel, go back to the Indian thought, or rather I started inquiring, how is this change possible? Change is happening even with the spiritual intervention. So how does it happen? If you are talking only about mind and body, where does this happen? Where does this come from? So I have a grounding in the Indian thought, which I elaborated earlier, which is there in the other writings which I've made. So just start, no matter how simple and small your effort is, because the truth is, big things start small. Yeah. Thank you. As small as a speck in the world. Don't worry whether it's too small a thing. Start with a simple idea. I don't know whether any of you know Shramana Majumdar or not. I've not seen her. I found her in the Indian psychologist group that I'm moderating. She wrote when I was asked, when a query was there on why shy away from taking some of the challenges of hate speech? Then she responded. She said that her lab is doing this work. That sounded very interesting to me. So I think some of you can visit this lab if you've got an idea. And I've asked her whether she's willing to help others if they show interest in that. So probably Sanchita is here. I can't see. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Peace Psychology Research Lab at WBSU. It's a thought. See peace that prevails. That's what Vivekananda also talked about. Let's look at where peace is there and try to understand how that peace is possible. Rather than not seeing how conflict is there, think of how peace is possible. The harmony that exists. What are the components of it? What are the lessons that we can learn from it if you are thinking of a group? Families, small villages where we have different models, you can see what brings them together. Irrespective of the economic backwardness or disadvantage they are living in peace. It's not just at the superficial level. They really do experience it, and what makes them achieve that? Start with a simple act. Sometimes this is about Bob Pierce, he started supporting White Jade, a little girl in an orphanage in China who was abandoned by her parents. He just gave $5 to her at that time and saying that they will support her further. And that grew up into a very international organization, charity, which is doing a lot of work with the people who are nowhere to go. Peace and well-being for all Manipuris, irrespective of caste, tribe, religion. This is from Kolkata. I got from the newspaper. This is being done. So a lot of activities like that can be started. Maybe you can start with a simple sentence, as Gandhiji has given different thoughts, the poems which we saw. And I was also suggesting, Sanjita Ghosh, why not do a artwork and see whether we can get peace communicated through that. Maybe next year we'll have an art exhibition along with this to see how much of peace can be brought in through that and do that. And start with a simple decision and let's see how it goes. Peace can be achieved through conscious choice, effort. So it needs some effort. It's not, I wouldn't say that just sitting close with your eyes closed, peace would come. You need to make a conscious effort towards it. So it may be whether it's at the pranamaya level or whether it is the vijnanamaya level or something beyond is something which we need to see and ask people how do they experience it, or where do they experience it? Is it the peace within the body, or when you breathe I find peace, or when I sense something I feel at peace, or whether I think my thoughts makes me feel peace, or when I move beyond that I go to a place where I feel peace. Let us be at peace, perfect peace with ourselves, and give up our whole body and mind and everything as an eternal sacrifice unto the Lord. Lovers see this world as full of love. Youngsters may be very much interested in reading that. And haters as full of hatred. Fighters see nothing but strife, and the peaceful, nothing but peace. So with this, I would like to conclude. And if my speech makes you think of something further or taking a small thought and work on it, I think WBSU will come forward to it. We'll also see whether we can have some international collaboration, not to copy their ideas, but we need to say whether there is something more that we can do, or sometimes people can give us certain thoughts. They may not be able to do something else, but we don't want to sell this idea to them. But if we can sort of get some inputs, or this may work, this may not work, those kind of thoughts from their experience might help us to modify our institute, our lab, and see what comes up as we move on. Thank you all. Have a good and pleasant day for the pleasant stay for this 2 days conference. And I'm hoping to interact with you if there is time. And let's see how we can take this forward in our journey. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Manikam. That was a very thought-provoking keynote speech. It is making me think that peace is closer to home Did you see how many people from West Bengal have influenced Indian thought? We are sitting in the lap of West Bengal. And to feel that energy and to feel connected, and it felt also nice that somebody from abroad came to study how we have treated peace and how India has been an Indian thought and our connectedness to Indian thought. It's very ancient. I think the world is patenting all our Indian thoughts and selling it back to us from the West. So this is we take back as an academic community that we plan to do our little bit, and as the Bengali saying goes, today I think I'm going to come up with a few of them. Bindu bindu te Shindhu. So I think all of us can think of it. Means every drop gets together and becomes the sea. And it also makes us think of, the Ashoka University study. I'm sure they couldn't do it without the participation of the computer department. How will they study? All those WhatsApp traffic. So it's an important point of thought that also studies like these would involve you to speak to your colleagues from other departments and take your thinking there first. Thank you, Professor. I hope that our students have absorbed the vast knowledge that he has tried to give us. I'm trying to avoid the conversations of war, but it is there. Our world is affected by a lot of war. And it's through us that the other part, the effort of peace and the stories of peace, the songs that dance, smells of jasmine and chandan, we will find. And with that, we will take a very short tea break, 5 to 7 minutes, just outside this hall to your right. 12:10. Please help us come back quickly. Thank you. Short tea break now. little short of time. So we will move on to plenary one. The topic of this plenary is nature's gift. Speaking on the topic would be our teacher, Professor Preetha Mukhopadhyay, Professor and former Head of Department of Psychology, the University of Calcutta. Ma'am, will you please come up on stage? Chairing, chairing the session will be Professor Anjali Ray, retired professor and former head of the Department of Applied Psychology, University of Calcutta. Anjali ma'am, will you please come and grace the stage? She will be chairing the session and will be summarizing. And I think Navneeta or somebody will be also in charge of timing. And Anjali ma'am will be taking over from now.
Whatever. Fine. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Anjali. Today I'm a bit hesitant because I am not sure that is whether I can do justice to the topic. I have no systematic reading. I have no research in the area of peace. And I have never done any analytic work by dissecting peace into pieces. So I'm a bit hesitant. Please bear with me. But in spite of the fact, after receiving the repeated requests from my colleagues from the Department of Psychology here, I started some reading on peace and reached some very common sense conclusion that peace is a state of intrapsychic and interpersonal harmony in gist. And somehow my mind also endorsed it, that is, peace cannot be something very complicated. It's the prevailing state of mind, and we actually destroy our peace, then try to adopt different measures to restore it. However, the thought over peace, as I read, emerged at the time of war, and peace is viewed as the state of absence of war or absence of fights. But what we do find that every time there is some conflict or there is war, there is the end of the conflict Then there is a peace meeting for some solution, but war again, war and peace becoming recurring and recycled phenomenon. However, no phenomenon can be defined in terms of its absence. So Albert Einstein rightly pointed out that peace is not mere absence of war, but presence of justice, of law, of order, that is of government. And as I read, Spinoza considered it as a virtue, a disposition for benevolence, confidence, and justice. So disposition means our inherent qualities of mind. So Spinoza meant we have the capacity to be in a peaceful state of mind. We have a desire to be in peace. We have that prerequisite state of mind that seeks peace and is responsive to peace message. But the question is, can we make peace to prevail across the globe by employing some external peace monitoring agencies? In the present day, we find conflicts and wars are going on at different corners of the world. But we find no end of war when the rest of the world tries to stop it. And also we find that each and every country strives to achieve peace only through procurement of deadly weapons and investing the large portion of the national income for military empowerment. That means to become equipped with some violent measures to reach nonviolence. The logic is this: if I increase the military power in my country, I can resist the aggression of other countries, and in that way, I can keep my country in peace. Throughout his life, Rabindranath Tagore strongly believed that until the big and powerful nations, aided by their superiority and technological advancement, cease their desire for territorial expansion and control over the smaller nations, world peace could never be achieved. In spite of the fact, all the philosophers, saints, religions think over the world peace, but finally, not this slide, please, but finally, এই লাইটটা অসুবিধা হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ। But finally, they concentrate on individual peace, particularly in our country. The philosophy of a religion teaches more of the code of living than the rituals of religion. But they try to find peace within self. Even when they teach to their students or teach to their disciples, they want to help them to get peace within self, but not at a global level. Now coming to my story, the very first day of the Bengali year, Poila Boishakh, in the night, I received a message to submit the abstract on peace. I was not at all prepared. So it was a very humble message to me, but it was very threatening for me. Still, I sat with a paper and pen to write something. The TV was on at that time. And all of a sudden, I find that Poila Boishakh program started. The program was culturally very rich, with high quality performance, wonderful anchoring. I became totally engaged in it. Better to say, I got absorbed in it. And at the end of 1.5 and 2 hours, I found myself in a state of complete tranquility with a sense of fulfillment in a very peaceful state, a wonderful experience of peace. You know, our programs are enriched with Rabindranath Tagore's, the songs and poems. So perhaps you can feel what is the sense of fulfillment within me at the time. And being connected with the mind-absorbing program, and perhaps also I felt how blessed the performers are with such a enriched self they have developed to deliver this type of program. Now, we know that life instinct serves its aim, forming larger unities, both in connection with the synthetic function of the ego and in the formation of libidinal relation with objects. The person becomes highly integrated within self and with others. In my case, perhaps in this episode, the synthetic integration function of ego took place between individuals' absorption in culturally valued program. That is, for me, it was first to satisfaction of listening, satisfaction of sense of arts, satisfaction of sense of humanism, satisfaction of intellect, of heart, and satisfaction of literary essence. And that caused an inner harmony and formed a libidinal relationship with the object of enjoyment. That means the performance of the blessed performers with their inner richness. This total ambience helped one to go into a state of flow, leading to a state of self-absorption. So the template is initiation of the program, development of curiosity. Curiosity raised the level of excitation at an optimal level. Program starts. There is the commercing of the person, listener, here it is me, with the performance. So commercing with the object. And with each performance, there's a rise in excitation, and at the end, there's a fall in excitation at the baseline level. And at the end of the whole program, it was a very soothing state of mind, as it resulted in positive balanced state of mind with optimized physiological activation out of willful absorption in the task, fulfilling the aim of life instinct. That is, larger unities of self with others, larger unities of the aesthetic process of the listener with that of the performers, with the libidinal investment. I also found this calmness helped my ego to reduce the harshness of the superego. I forgot to write the abstract on peace, but not felt so much regret for it. As it happens now, along with this program, towards the end of this program, a caption was running below. And the caption was of two important murders. Murders were at the very important on the national plan. Such a contrast. But thought came in my mind that after the killing, the murderers also felt a sense of relief, satisfaction for accomplishment of their mission. And if I put into that template of Freud, that is excitation, optimal rise, commercing with the object in terms of murdering, and decline of the excitation at the baseline plane. So these two experiences, then is it the same? I mean, can we say it is peace? What's the difference between the two? In previous case, it was with the greater union with the object, greater union of self with the object of enjoyment. And in the second case, it is through destruction of unity. So when this relief comes with destruction of unity, it is called violence. The thought again came in my mind, are we born to destroy unity? When the infant gets separated from the mother after about 10 months staying in a cozy environment of the mother's womb, where the feeding is done automatically, temperature control, free movement without the fear of falling. Now, when there is a separation from the mother and comes to our world, what is their need at that time? Freud talked about the oral phase, the food for survival, by utilizing the reflex of sucking, which is also a source of pleasure to the infant, along with the comfort of mother's holding on the lap, that skin-to-skin touch, that eye-to-eye gaze with mother, that yields a sense of security, safety, comfort, libidinal relationship with the caregiver. The resolution of this phase is characterized by oral gratification, and that normally overpowers the impact of oral aggression, and the libidinal energy flows to the next psychosexual phase. Taking the psychosocial perspective, Erickson's prescribed infancy state starts with trust, where from the virtue of hope emerges. The child needs a soft environment with a synchronous reciprocity with the environment, but need for trust does not end in the first 2 years of life. We need a trusting environment throughout our life. And be it trust, be it autonomy, that actually the nature gives us at the beginning of the life, and we enjoy it at that time. It doesn't end there. If we do think of intimacy, intimacy is the interactive effect of autonomy and trust. Here again, Rabindranath Tagore, at a global level, he said, peace could be achieved only when diverse races and nations are free to evolve in their distinct characteristics. That means their autonomy to be encouraged if their autonomy is returned. And while all would be attached to the stem of humanity through the bondage of love, that means, trust. So this attachment, as Bowlby said, that it starts from the birth, but it never ends. So when people talk about detachment, I say perhaps it is transcendental attachment. And confirming Winnicott's concept of holding environment, that all of us always want to be in the holding environment because it is natural gift to us. I'm not saying all these theories are beyond criticism. That is not the issue to address today. But all the theories and all others which have not been mentioned here advocates, nature has bestowed on us the need for trust, attachment, holding others, autonomy, sharing, love, and mistrust, shame, isolation, despair. These are all the negative outcome of life experiences. That's why Erickson's theory is epigenetic in nature. Again, when Freud talked about ego libido, it is meant for self-love, for growth of self. When it is bestowed onto others, it becomes object libido. However, later he merged these two concepts. He considered ego as an object, concept of a new instinct, ego instinct, and retained the concept of sex instinct. Ego instinct is meant for growth of self, and sex instinct for survival of species. Together, they are life instinct. It's not because Freud's and Erickson's theory that focuses on growth or survival, but it is the feeling of all human that we need to trust, to depend, to share, to get attached, to give and get love. Our positive endowment gifted by the nature. But in spite of all the fact, aggression is there. Though aggression expression was a basic necessity for survival of the organism, primarily due to environmental hazards, but unfortunately, even today with such an advanced social and technological development, we could not create an environment that could reduce the demand on our aggression expression. Rather, the environment promotes greed, cravings for material prosperity, because we are turns his growth into powerfulness, and if this power is exerted against us. So cravings for power, discrimination, competitiveness, grabbing by depriving others, false feeling of superiority, all resemble the reality of resources of the primitive society. That power struggle, that oppression, and all this result in social violence, emotional violence, political violence. No behavior can be maintained if it is not reinforced. Does it mean that we have not mentally or psychologically evolved, as Taylor said, to integrate spirituality? Spirituality is an advanced state of mind. We should not confuse in any way with religion, with our life. We could not come out of cravings, jealousy, envy, greed, and in spite of apparent advancement that gives a sense of progress, it's taking us down into the bottom of destruction. As you have seen perhaps, that as Harari of said, artificial intelligence hacked us, even the operating system of our civilization, that is language. And Rabindranath Tagore said, what is the consequence of aggressive materialism when science is divorced from spirituality? Because we are growing based on self-interest and not based on harmony. So it is leading to our destruction of unity rather than to be the feeling of larger unities with self and with others. So Rabindranath Tagore, again to quote, we can survive only if we learn to live together by law of nature, by law of love. So the point is this, if it is so, then is it the point that there is no, we cannot do anything for it? Perhaps this Indian philosophy, and Professor Mancom has shown many slides on it of Vivekananda and Rabindranath Tagore. And based on this, we find that maybe that is the reason which is now sold from Western country to us, but it is very much ours, that is meditation. Interesting point of meditation is, whenever we try to meditate, what happens? We're concentrating onto some intended object, but our mind starts wandering. And when the mind wanders, that means there are some other thoughts, other feelings, other emotions that is intruding onto the center of our attention and distracting me from my intended object. That means those thoughts, those ideas, whatever it be, are emotionally more potent than the object of my concentration. So naturally, it may help us to learn if we just look into those thoughts that is coming, that is intruding, that what type of thought it is, why it is so important, why it is so potent that it is coming to my center of attention when I want to concentrate onto something else. That may give us an idea, that is, whether these thoughts is related to destruction of unity, or these thoughts are much more linked to the larger unity of self or others, whatever be the thought. So this tinge should be there. Sometimes it becomes very painful. So whenever the mind distracted, it is said that gently you bring back your mind or your attention onto the object of your concentration. Yes, it helps us in self-controlling. So when this attention, and we know that with the practice of this type of attention and attention monitoring, there is a change at the brain level also with the thickness of the gray matter, with the integrity of the white matter. And it's a real change. That means it's with concentration, it is causing some sort of disposition within us. And most of the area of attention monitoring, there is a very believe attention monitoring, conflict monitoring area itself help us to monitor our emotion, because I can concentrate onto something if I am conflict free. So naturally, my emotional turmoil becomes less. So when there is, I'm under my control, no automatic distraction, no conflict, I'm not becoming the victim of external noise then. So it brings some sort of tranquility within me. And this tranquility we can increase we can maintain it because everything should be maintained. So if I do learn how to perceive everything as it is, we do not perceive, we always get overwhelmed either positively or negatively. Suppose actually the example comes because in day to day we find it that in case of child, that is the child suppose has not done well very in some, then what happened? The parents start scolding, I'm spending so much money for you, and your mother is doing so much for you, and you are going to the school teachers and blah, blah, blah. Lot of things they're saying, and you are doing like this, you are getting 50 in maths. So the point is this, what message it sends to the child? What is the, what information is going to the child, whether it is productive or it is unproductive? So he has got 50 out of 100. That means if it is the 10 marks, sums, he has performed 5 sums well from 5 chapters. That means he has learned it, and rest 5 he has not learned. Let us sit and uh, teach him. So actually that should be the feedback. But with this feedback, because I cannot take it as it is, but that same person, when the problem is with some, not with his own child, but the child is of his friend, I have heard that they can very easily say, don't scold him. So he couldn't do it, you just help him to, so that he learn it. Everything that should be done can be advised by the father or the mother to the child of other parents, but not with their own parents, own child. Why it is? Because self is merged with it. So when this self is merged with any idea, any person, what happens? That is, lot of things we do emotionally. We are so much so biased, and we get so much so overwhelmed with it that we cannot see the event, we cannot see the person in the total perspective. So if I do see it in perspective, in case of this child example, that is, yes, he could not do, maybe he didn't put the effort, he somehow could not learn, he may have not the ability. And even I have heard to say to the other parent, I mean, when the child is of the parent of the other child, that is, you see, your child is in class 6, he is only 11 years old, and his friends, his classmates in the class are 11 years, 7 months, 8 months, so they are more mature. So if you know so much so thing, why you can't apply it onto your own child? So here comes the question, that is, to maintain this as it is evaluation. It is, if I do say, if I do take it as an evaluation, then if it is as it is evaluation, then what happens? I can see everything in a right perspective without being overwhelmed by positively or negatively. Even if it's so that I am a student, I have got 90 out of 100. There is no reason I will be overwhelmed by it. If that is the view, then what happens? This tranquility can be maintained. And for this, as it is experience, we may have to take some observer perspective. That is not self being entangled with the event, but self is separate. And just if we can see the event as I can see you, as you can see me, just the way I can see the event that is passing in my mind, the thought that is passing in my mind, taking, and I am the observer of that. And I will find that, yes, his thought is coming, again coming down, and then it is again, some other thought is coming up, some other. So it also indicates that how temporary the longevity of the thought is. And that's the reason perhaps Maitreyi said, যাতে অমৃত নেই সে নিয়ে আমি কি করব. She didn't mean anything very high concept. She said, if something is there at the center of my mind right at this moment, and after some time it is not there, that means it dies out. Not only that, I was with it, I also die. at that moment. So what's the use of the thing which is so mortal, which is so um, so impermanent, and to be so I want something more than that, and perhaps that is the tranquility, that is the peace. So if I can disengage self from other from the thoughts or from the other person, it can help me to see everything in right perspective. And if I can see that, yes, the thought, whether it is leading to the destruction of unity or to the larger unities, it can also be a good guideline. And when I can take this perspective and I meet the other person with this tranquil state of mind, that means it becomes easier for me to accept the other person because I'm very much open to them and I can go along with them without having, without having any conflict, because I have the acceptance that one individual will be different from others. Here also find there is the difficulty in many clients, because as if everybody were of the same mentality like him or her, then it could be better for them to adjust to the world or to those persons. But my point is this: I exaggerate it a little bit in this way. Suppose you look at yourself in the mirror. Just looks like you, how will you feel it? So just like that, if everybody is of my mind, of my mentality, it will be a great problem. One cannot perceive it, and they start criticizing and others, and they cannot go with them because of their lack of acceptance. So my point is this: if few people can lead to conflict, if few people can lead to war, two states, one person's will, two states, two countries, and the war goes on, nobody can stop it. If we have to use the military power in order to get peace, why we do not go for self-empowerment? If the peace is like this, that peace, we like to be in the peaceful condition. We have the disposition to be in a peaceful condition. We have the property that is need for attachment. All the contributors to maintain the peaceful condition, then why we do not go for self-empowerment? And I believe that in India, the concentration is onto the individual pieces because of the fact that they do not believe that peace can emerge, all over the globe for all the people at a time. And we find that we can connect self with nature. When you go to the vast ocean, even when I am alone in the snow-cladded mountain, I have felt that later on. That is, at that time, we're totally engrossed. That is, there is no fear, there is no anxiety what's happening to my family, or there is no anxiety if something happens to me, if I become sick, no anxiety that if some unknown people come and causes some threat or harm to me. Nothing comes. It's only the connection between the self and that mountain, that nature. So it's a wonderful attachment with the nature. And perhaps it was said by Rabindranath that it is actually linked between the Atma Chaitanya with Vishwa Chaitanya. So if this is the power of connectivity, that is, as Freud said, larger unities of self with others, larger unities among different parts of mind within, then I think it's something much more easier to cultivate but we do not want to do it, or we do not do it. We always become the victim of the external social noises. Another thing what I did perceive, that is perhaps when I am in this type of situation when I can connect with this larger unity, that happens that I am free from different types of social conditioning. Everything, even when I am afraid of a cockroach, so there is no element of fear in the cockroach, okay? But
it is the verbal conditioning, it is the social conditioning. Somehow that conditioning has been formed within me, and the element which is not in the creature, because of this conditioning, we as the fearful object. So it may be explained in terms of conditioning, in terms of symbolism, whatever, but no doubt in terms of the social conditioning. So here also we can think of social conditioning. So it also has two aspects. In one way, it helps us to be united with larger self, and in another way, it is the destruction of unity. So if we are given a choice, as Professor Manikam has shown, it's a matter of choice. So as a choice, we can choose this one, but not, lead to the destruction of unity. So this is I don't know whether Atma Chaitanya and Vishwa Chaitanya can be converted into self-consciousness and cosmic consciousness. So if you do not understand that Atma Chaitanya and Vishwa Chaitanya, maybe it is the unity of self-consciousness with cosmic consciousness. It can go to that level where Rabindranath could say, Moronori tu humamushamushuman. So there is no compartment between life and death. So it's a larger unity with death after a successful life. And there are different stories regarding great men always, but this is the fact. It is surrounding the death of Shomi, whatever be the stories. His very beloved son, Shomindranath. And at that time, the universe was flooded with the full moon. Full moon, moonbeam was there. And it was really a wonderful, around. And dying son or dead son, whatever it be, of Rabindranath. And he wrote the song, Josna Rate Shobai Geche Bole. So what more to say about peace? This is peace. And we can cultivate it if we wish at any time point. And definitely that will lead to, it's a wonderful self-empowerment, and that will lead to, what I will say, that is immense feeling of growth within and immense feeling of growth with others. Thank you.
Thank you, Pritha, for your insightful dissemination of the information. Now, house is open for asking question to the speaker. So, at least 5 questions, not more than that, because time is very short. The organizer is giving the, so make the question short. No.
So, ma'am, in meditation, if we have to reduce mind wandering, in meditation, then from your knowledge of psychology, what kind of measures would you suggest? To reduce mind wandering in meditation. Mind wandering is meditation. When we meditate, the mind wanders.
That when I do meditate, if my mind is getting distracted, gently to bring back to the intended object and to concentrate again. If it goes off, then again to bring it back. So this effort is very much required. There is no easy to do method. So meditation itself is a measure of meditation.
So persistence is the key to success. Persistence is the key
Yes,
to
definitely required. There is no such magic like this that you take this medicine and you will be able to concentrate. Nothing like that. We have to put that effort, because you see that brings change even at our brain level, and it becomes a permanent disposition. So so definitely it requires the effort, and effort becomes effortless if you do like to do it. That is the thing.
Any question? So now I am coming to the, anybody? আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে হয়ে যাবে তুমি নাও। আমি এরপরে conclude করে দেবো, একটু light।
Uh, Thank you, ma'am. It was really insightful, first of all, and I would just and it just reminded me of the good old days. uh, what I was wondering through your speech and what I was thinking is not a question, but I would like a comment of yours on this. That we are conceptualizing speech, peace through a lot of things. But what I have gathered and what I could find in recent years and what you were talking about felt like that people have thought that conflict to be a medium for restoration of peace or claiming peace, because uh, like every thing when like we want to revolt against something or for the restoration of peace, so the conflict has been assumed to be a medium, rather a perspective to achieve peace. So, and we are talking that both conflict and peace are in opposite directions. So this brings us to a kind of ethical dilemma that whether
Which is in opposite direction, conflict and?
Peace.
What do you mean by conflict here?
Conflict, ma'am, I was like, for example, a war is happening for
Yes.
the restoration of peace.
Yes.
So war is something which is destructive and it's a conflicting state.
I have given you, this is the basic template. Now I'm telling you, so my daughter had a very bad cough at one time point. And I went to a doctor and he prescribed, and it was for a month or so. And when she was lying down in the night, at that time the cough came up. And otherwise she was fine, she was going to office and everything. So we went to a doctor. That was again another boil of vision. And no doctor was available, but it was a very good hospital, a renowned hospital in Kolkata. And when I saw the prescription, I saw all types of cortisones are there, all types of antibiotics are there. And that test, the single test, I remember what I asked there, they said in the lab, adjacent lab, they said it's 5,000 rupees like this. So I was really worried because for 1 month she had the cough. And from there I went to my Mamar Badi. So there I showed it to my uncle and asked, যে তুমি বলো এই ওষুধগুলো আমি খাওয়াতে পারি আমার মেয়েকে? Because of this cough, I will give this medicine, these sets of medicines. So I didn't give, I went to a government hospital as I usually do, and it did work with the syrup only. Now the point is this, at that time point my daughter said, he wanted to create, he was a cancer specialist also, cancer for ENT. He wanted to create cancer and then to treat cancer. So it is just this, we are creating war, then try how to come out of war. But if we can go at the national disposition level, there should be no war, peace will be prevailing. It may be a utopian concept. Ramarala thought this utopia, Rabindranath Tagore thought this, which was considered as utopian, but you see that we are creating the war. If really we do want the peace, there is no reason the war will be coming. And if the peace, as you were saying, it comes to discussion. In two countries, two persons, whatever, it comes in terms of discussion. So it is we are mixing destruction with construction. We can construct without destroying it.
Thank you, ma'am.
পল্লবী
এটা দাও বলো।
Thank you for giving your mic. I just want to make a brief comment about the feelings that I stayed with at the end of your presentation. You began with the word, I'm feeling anxious. I have never been as anxious to make a presentation as I am feeling today. And then you traveled a journey in this, I don't know how long, half an hour or so, in which you, I think, very beautifully brought out that peace cannot be without acceptance of all those difficult emotions. So, the very entry point that you made into the presentation helps us to see how nuanced peace is and how requires us to go through a lot of other emotions, stay with them in meditative equipoise. You have talked about equanimity and for you placed it at the center of your presentation. So I think that is what I stayed with, the journey bit of it, from
Exactly.
anxiety to peace, and we cannot shortcut this journey.
And actually, this is just the statement what I have felt from that day to today. And it's good that you have reminded me of this thing, that is, if we can wish simply, if we cannot do anything, Rahul knows, it's Rahul's point, that if I do wish that peace of all the persons over here, peace in WBSU, peace in the state, peace in the country, peace all over the world. So it becomes very easy for us not to, if I do it, and if here suppose 50 people, so 50, then with 50 with 5 friends each, that means in this way, if we do increase our just wish for peace for everybody, then definitely there will be change within us, and there will be the change within others also. And it will be easier for us to, what we do say, that is loving kindness, that is, the up to the point of equanimity, that is the koruna, that is the modita. So everything is the wish from within, that is shobar bhalo hok. So this wish is the very good point of self-empowerment. And peace doesn't come from head, it should come from heart. So that is.
Any question? No question now. So I am coming to the concluding part. Thank you, Preeta, for your time management and also the insightful presentation, and also the faculty members from the different universities to thoughtful thinking on that matter. Now I am coming to the concluding part. So Preeta has nicely presented all the conceptual issues very shortly, but issue, and also mentioned the self-awareness and the greater unity and etc., and try to explain the psychological and psychosocial aspects of the nature's gift. And lastly, she addressed some points regarding the self as a observer, the difference between self as a individual human being. He also mentioned some of the important issues, that is attention monitoring aspects. Usually we all feel that when we take some question topic, so usually we feel that. So these are the some of the, thank you Preeta for insightful thinking. I just taking 1 minute to end this conclusion session. This is the topic of the self and beyond. So regarding beyond, I like to share some of my experience regarding the peace cultivation, because we are the university system and the students are the great catering agent to go to the community to spread these messages. So regarding community level achievement and their work at the community level to decentralize this message or the thing, they should remember 3 things. We should understand the nature of the people, the power of the situation, and poverty level of them. And these factors peace of the society, peace of the self. Second things, if when they are going to the community people, they should learn, know the Indian psyche of the community people. The community people, they choose the leader not as a natural leader, not the professional leader. So very particular about that. Even when we are doing any work, they prefer the person who maintain the personalized relationship than the professional relationship. So when you will go to the community people, you should think about the maintain the communication and personalized relationship with the people, and then you should establish communication with them for their harmony, integrity, making their emotional tolerance and the feeling of the commitment and trustworthiness, and ultimate goal of your program will be happiness of the community people. With these few words, I'd like to conclude the session.
With that very enriching presentation, discussion, we move to our next plenary. For this plenary, we are joined by our faculty online. And the topic is peace in self, peace in the world, on the psychodynamics of non-violent visionaries. Professor Hani Oberoi Vahali is joining us virtually to present her version of this topic. She is the Director, Center for Psychotherapy and Clinical Research, Professor, School of Human Studies, Ambedkar University, Delhi. Chairing this session would also be joining us virtually Professor Rita Agarwal, former Director and Professor, FMT HCPG College, Varanasi, ex-National Fellow, UGC. We will just wait for the technicalities to work out and the session to commence. Okay. We are joined by Professor Shutapa Chatterjee Sarkar, who is the director of IQAC, whom we have been mentioning but missing her presence since morning. And now she is here amongst us, sitting right in the front. Would request Dr. Shonchita Ghosh, our convener, to please felicitate her at her seat. Dr. Shonchita Ghosh, where are you?
Could we have Rita ma'am's tile on full display, please? Rita Agarwal's tile on full display, please.
Hello.
Spotlight, yes. Thank you.
Shonchita, you have to felicitate.
Yes, yes, yes. Why not? Please, please come, please come.
Rita ma'am, just bear with us. We will just felicitate and get back to the session.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's really a pleasure that so many stalwarts are here today with us. And dear students, psychology department is one of the best. And, their untiring efforts has today we see what is happening. And all of you, I'm sure you'll benefit by all the interactions. And I would really like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, also. She always inspires us in all these events. And untiring efforts of Shonchita and Srimoyi, I just can't. From the very beginning of this university, one of the best departments. So glad. And a long hand for all of them. And I would always say as I was hearing, the other lecture, this piece, from Rabindranath to Gandhi to Nelson Mandela, and how you look into it means it's my peace when I enter this room. So let there be peace everywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shutapati, for such kind words and inspiring words. Our department will surely live up to your vision and observations. We will go back to Professor Rita Agarwal. You're back, ma'am, and
Thank
you take
you.
over. You take over, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chanchita, and thank you. I thank the Department of Psychology of the West Bengal State University for organizing such a wonderful event for the second year round. I almost heard the entire sessions last year, and it was really great. Well, for this session, we have Professor Hani Oberoi Bahali as the speaker. She is the Director, Center for Psychotherapy and Clinical Research, and Professor, School of Human Studies of Ambedkar University, Delhi. Her topic is extremely interesting, especially for me. Her topic is Peace in Self, Peace in the World, on the psychodynamics of nonviolent visionaries. Having worked on Gandhiji for the past, I think, 30 to 40 years, I'm especially interested in what Professor Honey would have to say about other visionaries also. And without taking more time, I now hand over the stage to Professor Honey to start her presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Can I be heard? Yes. Uh, uh, I do have a presentation. Can I present that? Let me. Uh, am I audible? Okay. Okay. So, thank you, Professor Rita Agarwal, for the introduction. And thank you, Sanchita, for getting in touch with me and inviting me for this conference. I think to conceive of a conference on peace and psychology is indeed a beautiful idea to hold in mind. Still more worthwhile is to pursue it in actuality and to make it happen, and here to make it happen for a second time. I'm really sorry for not being able to make it to Calcutta in person and to share some of my thoughts with you on in the online platform, which I always have an ambivalent relationship with. But yet, I do see this platform as a privileged opportunity to share some thoughts that I have been pursuing for some years now. Let me begin by briefly sharing how I feel connected to the pursuit of peace in my personal and professional life. Initially, I had trained as a clinical psychologist. While I got a lot from NIMHANS, the institute I trained in, I also carried a feeling of disquiet in my mind. The discomfort was, to use the medical terminology, by and large, as a defining framework for the emotional distress that people went through in their lives. It seemed to me that even in those former years, the symptoms manifested, the issues from which they were emanating were all human issues, and I was no exception to them. This took me back to existential and psychoanalytic frameworks, and then later on, I trained as a psychoanalyst. In the process, I'm sorry, but I hear a lot of echo. Is it only for me or for others too?
Ma'am, there is no echo over here in the offline,
Okay.
in the auditorium.
Okay. Okay. So that's fine. In the process, I also grappled with the idea that a lot of suffering in life was impinged upon us choicelessly by the social, economic, political, and historical circumstances amidst which human beings found themselves placed. How could we make peace with the fate that was enforced upon us as refugees, as displaced persons due to our class, gender, caste, color, body locations in life? This led me to questions related to social justice. As I moved into the spaces of social movements, I seemed to be looking for ways in which in depth understandings of human psychology and the human condition could be connected to the quest for dignity of the underprivileged, deprived, and oppressed. It was painful to note that a majority of movements for social equality were cut off from deeper understandings of the psychological self and vice versa. Why, I asked myself, did today's victim end up becoming tomorrow's victimizer? What were we missing in our call for justice on the one hand, and what were we reducing by locating the personal self as the center of our existence? Both perspectives as if needed something more, a deeper connective consciousness which made us see our individual life in perspective. It seemed that spirituality as a force had something to offer here. But what had spirituality and peace got to do with all of the above? Was it best to envision spirituality as a personal journey that individuals undertake, or were there other ways of envisioning the spiritual? Could the spiritual be a companion in our deeper journeys of selfhood as well as in our striving for the egalitarian world? My questions made me appreciate the intimately interconnected words where psychology, spirituality, and efforts at social change all came together. For the past more than 20 years now, I have been exploring, thinking, and reflecting on visionaries who have carried the spirit of personal inward reflection, love, and compassion, and the desire to intervene in the suffering of the world. The deeper commitment in their life is to peace and the evolution of non-violent means of engagement. Inspired by their lives and works, I will go on to share a few thoughts on how peace as a state propels reflective action in the world around. I will just go on to a presentation and please let me know if you can see my screen. Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am, it's not visible. Yes, yes, ma'am, it's visible right now.
Okay. So, the first thing that I would like to say is that I chose the topic of the presentation as peace and self, peace in the world, but I could actually invert it and say peace in the world, peace in the self, by which what I'm trying to say is that self and world are coterminous, continuous, and not divorced from one another, as the speakers before me have also said. For psychologists, I think it would help us to rethink how we conceive the self and how we bring it into the discourses of our classrooms and our commitments to the world. So, Thich Nhat Hanh, whom some of you may be aware of, is a Buddhist, Vietnamese monk who worked all his life for peace in the world. And in the 1950s, 60s, when Vietnam was being aggressed by America, he developed a movement which was called as the Tiep Hien movement. And Tape in Vietnamese language symbolizes the interbeing of things. So it is not an intersection. It is not you and me, but it is you in me and me in you. So it's not like bringing duality together or bringing multiplicities together. It is to recognize that in the depth of a being, all multiplicities already exist. So the world is part of the self, and self is part of the world. And through
Excuse me,
this
ma'am.
whole, yes,
Ma'am, are you continuing on the second slide? Because we can see only the second slide. You haven't changed to the
yeah,
next slide.
I'm not
And
changing
also,
at the moment. Yeah,
okay. Thank. And also,
yeah.
if you could show us the full screen mode from slideshow.
How can I do that?
Ma'am, just hit the F5 on your laptop or desktop. It's okay, ma'am. You can continue like this only.
Are the slides really small? Let me try. Is it better now?
We cannot see any change.
Okay.
Can you
Okay.
please
Should
go
I?
to another slide and if we'll see if it is visible.
Can I do? I mean, can I? I will mostly be speaking. The slides are only reflecting certain things. So should I go on if I'm not getting that?
Yes, ma'am, obviously.
I'm sorry, but I'm not being able to find it. Is it? So let me just go on. There's not too much of content on the slides any which way. Yeah, so he brings up the whole idea about the tape in, which is thinking on the interbeing and not intersections, in which he says that in the 1960s, what he thought was that the movement towards peace in Vietnam had to be not concerned only with the fate of the Vietnamese people, but it had to be equally, interested in the peaceful liberation of the Americans. I think that is a very important idea that I would like to keep here with you people, that most visionaries who struggle for peace in their life, they are thinking about moving beyond the duality of the self and the other. And this is a point I will continue to come about subsequently too. That is that the liberation of the oppressed is not just for the sake of the liberation of the oppressed, but it is also brings about the liberation of the oppressor. So this whole idea that there is a self and the other is rethought about in the lives of these missionaries. And here I would like to just talk about a little quote that one of the again engaged Buddhist scholars, Jack Cornfield, brings up. In the face of the tremendous suffering of the world, there is joy that comes not from denying the pain, but from sitting in meditation, even when it is difficult, and letting our hearts open to the experience. To love is to accept, it is not a weakness. It is the most extraordinary power. True love is the same as awareness, and awareness leads to committed action. Just after the last presentation, Pallavi made the point that one has to journey through a lot. And that's also another thing that I would like to think about, that peace and anguish are not always split from one another. Peace and anguish, the recognition of pain, they stand in close neighborhoods to one another. So we need to reconceptualize self, and to think that the self that we experience as our own is also susceptible to the same power oriented drives as the oppressor is. So, in my understanding of peace, I don't think there is any Ram and there is any Ravan. Ram and Ravan are both parts of the self, and both of these, as parts of the self, have to be seen and seen closely, witnessed in oneself, and also worked through it within oneself. So it is the capacity to see the self as susceptible to the same powered oriented drives as the other helps us from preventing splitting and projecting badness onto any other hated other. You know, in the last 40 years or so, engage spirituality, and I would say that spirituality must not be collapsed into religion. Spirituality is a much larger connective consciousness that connects us to other human beings, other living beings, all forms of life, and concern for the planet, in which self becomes oceanic and suffering becomes an aid in the holding of our relationship with the world. So, so in the last 40 years or so, spirituality and peace building initiatives have had a close bonding with each other, because how will we test our spirituality if we are not testing it out in the everyday struggles of our existence? Even feminists have used concepts of engaged spirituality in the way that they have gone through. I would like to also, from my own training in psychoanalysis as well as in existential perspectives, I would like to say that there is something very special that in depth psychology brings to the understanding of peace. And what it brings is it says that when we try to solve a problem, we become the problem ourselves. We have to see the problem as being lived out in our own self. Therefore, Ferenczi said that psychotherapy is not something which is a cognitive experience, but it is an emotionally corrective experience, because we experience that which we have denied or we have suppressed or repressed with its full force for the full first time in our life. And I think here Freud comes to my mind, just as many other thinkers would come to my mind today. But because Freud was the first to give a form to some of these ideas, he thought that excessive moralizing forces in his patients were making them ill, especially the young hysterical women that he was working with. And the task of the psychoanalyst, therefore, becomes a task amidst other tasks of also making a harsh superego into a benevolent self driving force. So, when we exile parts of ourselves, when we other parts of ourselves, we also other others, or we become more prone towards violence. So, peace is acceptance of our darker shades as well. And that, I think, is something special that psychoanalytic insights bring us to make a friend of that which we have othered in the self, also, therefore, to be able to make a friend of the others whom we want to consider as our enemies. So, in that sense, spirituality and psychoanalysis come very close to one another. Spirituality implies to be and to be in touch with all the currents and flows that emerge from ourselves. So, the pains, the rhythms, the flows of the world, all of them become part of our lives. There are a lot of you know visionary thinkers, and I will not be able to go into all of them, but and the list is really impossible to put it down. But I'm thinking of Martin Luther King, I'm thinking of Mahatma Gandhi, I'm thinking of B.R. Ambedkar, the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet, who's amidst us today, Rabindranath Tagore, Marcos from Mexico, Ram Sharmila from Manipur, Rabia Kadir from Turkestan, Freud and psychoanalysis, Kabir, Nanak, Mirabai, Bell Hooks, Levinas, all of these and so many others, I would think, have been in search of non-violence through through, resting peace within their self. And just to take a couple of examples, Martin Luther King, on the way in 1996, when he was talking about the Black People's Movement, at one point of time, he said, the only thing that is worth our while is compassion, ruthless compassion, compassion for all sides. And we know the same about Gandhi. Gandhi, just before his death, in a speech, was talking about Hindu Muslim unity, which is something that our country is struggling with so much today. And he was saying that the Muslim must have an equal place as the Hindu in this country. B.R. Ambedkar, we know again in 1966, when he toyed with all religions and he thought that what was the way to come out of the caste oppression in this country, he thought about the fact that maybe, thinking of Buddhism, he toyed first with Christianity, then he went to Sikhism, then he went to Buddhism. And we know this that every year at Nagpur, even today, lakhs of people convert to Buddhism because the Buddhism, not just as a religion, but as a philosophy of life, provides for moving beyond these dualities that are otherwise catching upon us. It is important also to think about the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet today, who's a living visionary, I would think. And what is interesting with him is that in all of his discourses and sermons to the Tibetan people, he's forever saying that don't forget the suffering of the Chinese. The suffering of the Tibetans and that of the Chinese is actually no different from one another. Rabindranath Tagore has already been spoken about at length by the speaker before me, and his whole idea on nationalism and what would be a cosmopolitan imagination of the world is replete with so many beautiful jewels that we need to mine today when we think about nations and what the world could be beyond these, national boundaries. Marcos is a less known, activist and thinker in this part of the world, but has led a movement in Mexico for the freedom of the indigenous people, where he says that none of the others must ever be killed. Iram Sharmila, Rabia Karbir are women who have emerged from deep oppressed parts in their communities and have taken up a non-violent struggle. And so on. I could go on. Levinas Levinas being very important as a thinker because he says that you must look at the face of the other. And when you look at the face of the other, that is the ethic. The ethic is always born when you see whom you would like to consider as your enemy, when you see that person in the fullness of their being. So the first point I would like to make here in terms of the psychodynamics of visionaries who have helped us to rethink about why we get caught so much into violence and othering is the point that they bring up, whereas they do have an idea about what is right. There is a capacity for discrimination, and there is a sense that there is action. Can I be heard? Am I audible? Can I be heard by all of you? Can I be heard? Am I audible?
I think
Yes.
you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Because I don't get the the mic begins to resonate with an echo and then
Yeah. There
becomes
is disturbance once in a while. Maybe
okay.
somebody has their mic on. That could be a problem.
Possibly that could be a problem. Yeah.
Hello. Ma'am, if Department of Psychology can mute their mic, then this echo will stop, I think.
Okay, so I'll just go, that all of these thinkers exemplify to us that there are ways available to human consciousness in which the imprints of injustice and violence suffered become the very foundations from where a more holistic self process begins to take its roots. The point here that I'd like to make is that it is not as if in the quest for peace or non-violence, there is not a discriminatory eye. The discerning eye is very much present. The visionary knows what is right and what is wrong. And Roger Gottlieb, who's a Marxist critic, he calls this as a spirituality of resistance, that we can resist the wrongs of the world via a spiritual way of thinking about them. Yeah. So this is important to know, that there is the sense of the visionary is such that they will be able to say that this is what we are struggling against, but there is no other who has to be really struggled again. There is no other who has to be destroyed. And the visionary is also created out of the collective historical and cultural soil, just as they create symbols which are larger than the personal self to rejuvenate the given historical moment. So there is an inseparable mutuality and interbeing between the people and the leader or the visionary, as they both appropriate one another. Again, coming to the point, I would like to say that Martin Luther King, in one of his speeches, he says that we must accept finite disappointment but never lose infinite hope. So peace and disquiet, peace and despair in the working, when we are holding a collective together, even in our personal lives, I think, has a relationship with one another. Peace and acceptance also implies non-denial and recognition of the crisis. Another dynamic that I'd like to highlight in the lives of the visionaries is the capacity to stay with paradoxes. Now, a paradox implies that what seems like a contradiction is actually not a contradiction, but it is two sides of the same thing appearing opposite, but they are not actually opposite. When we try to solve a paradox, or when we try to simplify a paradox, we split it into a contradiction. And all of these visionaries, whether it is the paradox of self and others, whether it is the paradox of violence and non-violence, whether it is the paradox of peace and despair, whether it is the paradox of hope and hopelessness, whether it is the paradox of life and death, all of these paradoxes are kept together rather than splitting them into contradictions. The life of the visionary, himself or herself, becomes a self introspective and self experimental domain where one uses one's personal life as a way of experimenting with depth psychology as well as with spirituality. The playground is the life of the visionary. Another point that I'd like to bring up here is that how the visionary, and I think when I'm using the word visionary, I would also think that it is not as if the visionary is very different from us. Their journeys become distinctive from ours, but maybe each one of us, by the model of engaged spirituality, also psychoanalysis could say that there is a part in us which struggles in similar ways. which strives in similar ways. So the existential tragedies and falls of life become also the everyday struggles of an evolving self of the visionary. So, crisis becomes an opportunity, engaging with existential suffering and transforming it into creative possibilities and symbols of value beyond one's personal existence. Like the Dalai Lama titles his autobiography as Freedom in Exile. Now, exile as a 24-year-old person and being exiled from one's country was a very painful reality for him. But what he is seeing is that pain and freedom are not divorced from one another. Crisis becomes something transformed, that it becomes something that we can tread on. Erickson long back said that crisis is a turning point. It can either take us to stagnation or it can open up possibilities. And I think in the quest for peace, all of these visionaries use crisis as a way to go forward. Gandhi did that. Crisis was his, every crisis became a deeper experimentation for him. Ambedkar felt the humiliation of caste on his own self, in his personal self, and at times he writes about that the pain he suffered when he was not allowed to drink water from the same pot as the upper caste people were. But this crisis became a self experimentation for him. Within the self, peace comes to us as these visionaries also teach us when the self has permeable boundaries. In psychological psychoanalytic theorization, Erickson makes a distinction between a, permeable boundaries and totalities, and he says that permeable boundaries lead to self fluidity, whereas boundaries make the self more and more susceptible to totalitarianism, which is also the political condition of a large part of the world today. Why, as nations, we are closing down. My nation and the greatness of my nation and we feed that at unconscious levels to all of our citizens. If we had wholeness, we would imagine nations very differently. It is actually quite worthwhile to look into the 1989 Nobel Prize speech of the Dalai Lama, where he says that if Tibet were ever to be free, there would be no military in Tibet. And what would be the function of Tibet? The function of Tibet would be as a peaceful buffer between the two rival powers of Asia, India on the one side and China on the other side. And Tibet would become a zone of peace with complete nuclear disarmament and perhaps no need of a military. Of course, this sounds idealistic in today's world, but dreams are what also propel our idealism further. So the self is fluid, the self strives towards holism, and the self is also capable of taking on itself the functions of minorities. So becoming woman, becoming animal, becoming insect, becoming minor, identifying with all the minor forms of life. Gandhi said that if I were to be born again, I would like to be born as a woman. And in Gandhi's political sojourns, you can see that the feminine part is a very strong part. So being man in body does not mean that one has to only remain man. Being woman, being animal, being insect, all is a possibility. Ambedkar also brought up another point on the question of humiliation, and he said that when everything around you reflects darkness, and he's of course talking about caste inequality in India, and he says that there is no reflecting light which says that what I'm doing is okay, is correct. He said, in such darkness, one has to become one's own light and lamp. For a while, we have to hold on to our own beliefs. So, all of these visionaries have grappled with very difficult situations in which not only their personal self has been humiliated, but they have had lakhs of people depending upon them, and yet they have not experienced the self as being humiliated. They have felt themselves as being in touch with the experiences of life. And I think that is from where the confidence for ahimsa and for peace develops. Also, another part is that recovering from the past valuable self parts that the collective can use in its contemporary strivings. Yeah, that is another very significant part that the visionaries bring up in their quest. So, as Ambedkar, as I've already said, Freud also thought about this somewhat. He said the reverse is true. Freud said that truth is born from a prolonged introspection into internal darkness. The seeker has a capacity to think about ethical and non ethical dimensions in one's sojourn. Ability for deep analysis and thinking fuels the capacity for journeys towards peace and non-violent action. um, uh, then we may also think about that how the past becomes the struggles of the past becomes something from which we recover an identity. The Dalai Lama always says that to be a Tibetan is to be a truer Buddhist, and a truer Buddhist implies that one will not give into the propensity of hatred. What is important for the quest of peace here is to recognize that within the self there is a propensity towards hatred. It is not to think that it is only others who have these propensities for hatred. uh, Playfulness and an exploratory spirit, they come in as important accompaniments. We know this about Gandhi. Gandhi could use his childhood habit of teasing to his advantage. He teased the British playfully without ever intending to shame them. This is another point I would like to bring up. When your oppressor is not made to feel small or is not shamed, the Dalai Lama challenges the Chinese by saying that he is more of a Marxist and a socialist than them. He provokes them to recognize that only by releasing the minorities under their political control will the Chinese actualize their commitment to communism. Marcos has been challenging the Pentagon and the American forces to reflect on their own proclamations. Thich Nhat Hanh has been offering healing to the Americans, especially to those very soldiers and ex army men who were directly involved in devastating Vietnam during the American aggression in the 1960s. So, mutuality and concern for the other guides one's strident steps. Here, I remember Winnicott, who said that, to become available, he said that we can overcome the forces of destruction in life when we can open ourselves to be used by others. Yeah, and he said that every parent knows this, that to bring up the child, one has to survive the destruction of the other, and that is through the use of one's own self. So the victim and the victimizer are located in a mutually locked position. The release and emancipation of either partner has crucial meanings for the liberation of the other. And Tagore wrote in his poems, and the Dalai Lama talks about distinguishing the other and the enemy in several of his lectures and public talks. He suggests that the Chinese may represent the other for the Tibetans, but in according with Buddhism, human propensities toward hate, one's own propensities towards hate, anger, clinging, power, and aversion are the internal enemies with which all human beings are required to win over with love, benevolence, and insightful reflection. So the non-violent challenger takes all the risks of injury or insult upon oneself. Gandhi would have not even contemplated as an adversary anyone with whom he did not share mutuality and a vital undertaking. And Erickson writes, while theorizing on Gandhi, what makes this approach so psychological is precisely the fact that here the challenger knows that really there can be no victory and no peace where lasting and often moral resentments are perpetuated by agreements concluded without the assent of both the parties. So there is a whole idea about holding the other and containment of the other. The speaker before me was also talking about Winnicott's idea of holding, and we could think that how the non-visionary, non-violent visionary puts this into practice. The Algerian literary and political writer Albert Camus, who was awarded the Nobel Prize, distinguishes the force of rebellion from action which is based on resentment. He reminds that the rebel is infused with the power of connection and love and not hate or blind aggression. Camus writes that the rebel acts out of love. He is in touch with an inner truth which says, we exist because we will act. And this, as I said, the Marxist critic Roger Gottlieb calls a spirituality of resistance. Uh, and lastly, I would like to say a different relationship with fear, mortality, and death is forged as one continues in this direction. Freud and Winnicott were both psychoanalysts, and they both said at some point of time in their life, I may be alive when I am dead. You know, that is a prayer that Winnicott writes about, that I may be alive when I am dead. An attitude that helps to face the impending reality of the death of our body, identity, movements, and struggles inspires humility and a connection with life's vulnerability. It is important to recount what Marcos says. He says, I am 25, 50, or 65. Anyone can be me when I am gone. Therefore, I am many, and many are me. This ability to recognize the salience of one's actions beyond one's embodied existence, to see the plural in the singular and the singular in the plural, is critical to peace strivings. In spite of being a limited person, the awareness of death and the interbeing of all living phenomena transforms fear, including the fear of one's own possible assassination and death. Perhaps the striving for peace, and the actor there somewhere knows that one's ideas and ideals will survive beyond the life of any one of us bodily form. I would like to just, uh, end it with two small little poems that I put up.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but I wanted to kindly inform you that you have approximately 5 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. I will conclude in 5 minutes. Yeah, so the Thich Nhat Hanh says, my joy is like spring so warm, it makes flowers bloom all over the earth. My pain is like a river of tears, so vast it fills the four oceans. So, you know, this idea that pain and happiness are together, and they are not like something that, and that one can hold the pain and the happiness together. That is important to a quest of peace, I would think, without splitting them into pain or into happiness, to hold them within the same embrace. So Marcos in his speech says, so Marcos is a human being, any human being in this world. Marcos is all the exploited, marginalized, and oppressed minorities resisting and saying, Ya basta, enough is enough. And I will end this with a little, story with Thich Nhat Hanh. In the 1970s, when a lot of Vietnamese people were being killed, and he was talking about peace as a movement that would take them together, a lot of them would write him letters and say that this is the fate that the family members had. Somebody was exterminated, somebody was killed, somebody was, was assassinated. And also the Vietnamese people, as they were fleeing their country, They were being attacked by the Thai pilots, and a 12-year-old girl's story came to him in which she was raped by a sea pirate and she jumped from the boat and killed herself. And Thich Nhat Hanh talks about that how for a long period of time he could not recover peace in himself. He was so devastated by all that he was listening to, and after a long meditation, he wrote a poem which is called "Please Call Me by My True Names," and I will read a paragraph of 2 or 3 paragraphs from it and then conclude. He says, "Please call me by my true names. Don't say that I will depart tomorrow. Even today, I am still arriving. Look deeply. Every second, I am arriving. Of I am the mayfly metamorphosizing on the surface of the river. I am the bird that swoops down to swallow the mayfly. I am the frog swimming happily in the clear water of a pond, and I am the grass snake that silently feeds itself on the frog. I am the child in Uganda, all skins and bones, my legs as thin as bamboo sticks, and I am the arms merchant selling deadly weapons to Uganda. I am the 12-year-old girl, refugee on a small boat, who throws herself into the ocean after being raped by the sea pirate. And I am the pirate, my heart not yet capable of seeing and loving. My joy is like spring so warm, it makes flowers bloom all over the earth. My pain is like a river of tears, so vast it fills the 4 oceans. Please call me by my true name so that I can hear all my cries and my laughter at once, so that I can see that my joy and pain are one. Please call me by my true name so that I can wake up, and so the door of my heart can be left open, the door of peace and compassion. I will just end here and thank you very much. And I'm really sorry for the disturbances that were part of this presentation, but I guess in this hybrid mode, we have to learn to live with them too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Hani Bahali, for a really beautiful presentation and what we can learn from the lives of the visionaries, ranging from the Vietnamese to the Mexican, to the Dalai Lama, to Martin Luther King, to Gandhiji, to Ambedkar, and many, many others. Yes, as you say, there is plenty that has to be learned from their lives. And what probably I liked the most was when you said that they used their life as a playground. This is what they were experimenting with, and this is how they grew into visionaries. I now open the house for questions. Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I have one question, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
Ma'am, thank you so much for this beautiful presentation. Ma'am, I have this question that in psychodynamics of visionaries, you talked about self as having permeable boundaries. In Sam Sir's presentation, he quoted Swami Vivekananda. He said that our mind is a part of universal mind. And I have read this book of Divine Life Society, Rishikesh, in which Swami Sivananda of that society, who established that society, he talked about thoughts of being contagious, that they spread at a speed that is quicker than electricity. So, ma'am, my question is that do you think that all of these people, because yogic literature is filled with these kind of things, and even in Buddhism, in different terminology, same things have been talked about. They talk about metta, like Maitri Bhavana, and you spread these energy of mitrata and all that. So do you think that all of these people, they are pointing towards one and the same thing, utilizing different terminology, and one thing may be one consciousness or something like that? Just your comment, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, I think so, because I think the language and the signifiers of that language may be different, but all of them are pointing towards the fact that, to think about the self as um, limited to our embodied existence is not what will take us towards the quest for peace. So, expansion of self, and I think from psychoanalysis, what I take is that this expansion of self has to also be coupled. And that is why there is anguish in all of these lives. It is not as if in any of their, conceptualization of peace, peace is not a state which is divorced from disquiet. Peace and disquiet are going hand in hand. And psychoanalysis helps us to think about the singularities of ourself. If I will not be able to use my personal subjectivity, the times when I feel angry, the times when I feel hate for someone, the times when I feel negative feelings, I feel competitive with somebody, all of these are also forces that we have to take into account. I think philosophy speaks on a larger plane. It speaks about the holism that life provides us with, or the possibilities. And psychology is about the everyday struggles of individuals, and bringing them both together, I think, is what the journey of Vivekanand or of Martin Luther King or of Dalai Lama would be like, or any other that we are thinking about. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Professor. Any other question? Is there anybody else who would like to ask something or comment on something?
Hello from WBSU, from yeah, there, I'm there. Ma'am, we'll have to be a little bit mindful of the time, and if you may please permit us, that would be the question, and we can take on questions later. We will post them, I mean, during the lunch. You can type in your questions, or we may send the questions back to Honey Ma'am, and we will hear back the answers and publish it in some way.
Yes, I think that would be a good idea. Just a couple of comments that I had to make regarding the life of visionaries. I think while the visionaries have used their lives as playgrounds, they have also given us very practical examples of how we can expand the self. For example, if you look at Gandhiji, he always said, hate the acts of the British, not the British. He tried to change the cognitive system of his satyagrahis. He tried to nudge them into expanding the self, what Professor Honey has been talking about. And if you go into the psychodynamics of peace, I think one of the main reasons for aggression and violence is frustration. I think we should all look back to this frustration aggression hypothesis for a minute and see how frustration starts in the self and it permeates the self to other people, and a number of people who have the same frustrations join together, and this is what causes an interstate or an interracial conflict. So what is at the base of it? The base is frustration in the self. How do we get ourselves out of this frustration? First of all, why is the frustration there? The frustration is there because we are not able to reach our goals. And that may be, as visionaries have put it, we are having unrealistic goals. As Gandhiji said, there is enough for every man's need, but not for every man's greed. So if we go on wanting more and more, the end result is going to be frustration. Another visionary, the poet Tulsidas ji, mentions very often in the Ramcharitmanas, Man Santosha. You have to be satisfied with what you have. This is what we can call the unconditional love for oneself, the unconditional love for others. Gandhiji's Vasudev Kutumbakam. And if you take this along with psychology, I think we could also talk of transactional analysis in the life position of I am okay and you are okay. And the moment you accept this position, that I am okay and you are okay, it is unconditional love for oneself and unconditional love for the other also. I think this is the totality that Professor Honey has been talking about expanding the self. And the speaker previous to her was also talking about the same thing. And I think this is what we need to do, is expand the self through oceanic circles, maybe, like a pebble dropped in a pond of water. And there are concentric circles, ever widening circles. So if there is no frustration in the self, we probably would not see frustration in the society. There have been non-violent cultures. Bantu talks of many, many non-violent cultures. After all, they also survived. Why can't we survive? It may sound utopian, but it can be done. And as our speakers have pointed out, it is never too late to dream. You only realize them when you dream. Thank you very much, Professor Hani Bahali. And once again, I would like to thank the organizers of the Department of Psychology of the West Bengal State University for giving me this opportunity of chairing this very important session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much for such a wonderful and engaging, enlightening session, both to Professor Rita Agarwal and Hani ma'am. Um, shall we move on to the next? We have amongst us our Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, um, Dr. Mohua Das. May we please invite you on stage? We would request ma'am to give an address to the House. Before that, we would like to felicitate ma'am. It is under ma'am's encouragement, guidance that such a wonderful conference has been conceptualized and executed. Thank you. Ma'am, would you like to say a few words? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, very good afternoon to the audience. And this really a wonderful day while we are talking about peace in this restive world and environment. A very, very important for this seminar. I have to go through a lot of engagements. Today also a lot of meetings are awaited. But I'm thankful to the organizers, especially the Department of Psychology, and also the dignitaries who are present here. The keynote speaker, Professor Elsam S. Manikam, and also I think Professor Pritha Mukhopadhyay, Professor Anjali Rai, Professor Shonali De, and Professor Rahul Banerjee, who are the eminent speakers of today's session. And also what little I had undergone to hear about on the screen virtually by Rita Agarwal and Professor Hani Uberai Bahali, wonderful illustrations about so many things. It is really very pleasurable to listen to their statements of peace which is indeed very relevant to the world itself at present times. I would just like to say and quote some little things for the sake of our students and listeners, which I think is worth mentioning in this kind of a seminar. Well, I have great pleasure in welcoming all of you in this international conference on peace psychology. The special importance of this conference is that it will bring together speakers from diverse fields of study, disciplines, and backgrounds. The topic of the conference on peace psychology is a journey to peace within self and beyond. It's very much, we know from our scriptures, from our mythological studies, and also from the different kind of experience and uh, the researches of the scholars, the studies, that peace is not only a external or extraneous quality or a virtue that we can have whenever we seek for. It is very much an inner quality, inner sense of platitude, and inner consolation, kind of mental ability to sacrifice. According to me, all these qualities can bring forth peace when we are very much restless in our mind, and physically also we don't behave properly in the society, in the family, and in the community, and we just become very much unpeaceful. The topic of the conference, I think I have just mentioned, journey to peace within self and beyond. As this journey has to begin from within, former President APJ Abdul Kalam said, "Where there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in the character. Where there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in home. Where there is harmony in the home, there is order in the nation. And where there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world." Now, coming to Rabindranath Tagore, our Gurudev, the birth centenary is going on. Rabindranath Tagore set up his university near Bolpur at a place he named as Shanti Niketan, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Niketan, the abode of peace. He was deeply concerned with peace in the world. And while visiting Java in 1927, he wrote in a poem named Borobudur, "Man today has no peace. His heart His heart arid with pride." I cannot see well. Why suddenly the light is off? It's a darkening situation amidst illumination. While we are trying to illuminate our lamps, the lamp is off. This is the kind we are going through. This is the stress situation we have to face in each and every moment of our life. It's a challenge. Man today has no peace, his heart arid with pride. He clamors for an ever increasing speed, for an ever increasing speed. And then he finally ends with a prayer, let Buddha be my refuge." Tagore wrote, "The highest education is that which doesn't merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence." Tagore used to worship Mother Nature. So, when a mental quality, the mental attribute of a person is in harmony with the Mother Nature, he thinks his mindsets uh, just gives him to think, allows him to think that there is absolute peace in the world, absolute peace in the surrounding and environment, because the mind and the outside nature, they are acting in similar of situation. Mother Teresa received the Nobel Prize for Peace in 1979. In her acceptance speech, she said, "Lord, make me a channel of your peace, that where there is hatred, I may bring love, that where there is wrong, I may bring the spirit of forgiveness, mercy. That where there is discord, I may bring harmony. That where there is error, I may bring truth. That where there is doubt, I may bring faith. That where there is despair, I may bring hope. That where there are shadows, I may bring light. That where there is sadness, I may bring joy. What a wonderful observation of life. When we talk about peace psychology, we talk about peace of mind. When we talk about mental health, we talk about seeking spirituality. While trying to understand the mind, we talk about mindfulness. We try to remember Buddha's teachings. While trying to find a solution to the problems of anxiety and depression, we turn to the pages of Bhagavad Gita. While talking about wellness and well being, we talk about yoga and meditation and how peace of mind can be achieved through these practices. It is through the creative art, music, cinema that we seek peace of mind and happiness. Creative therapy is closely linked to wellness and covers music therapy, art therapy, dance therapy, as also drama therapy. We also talk about peace ecology as an emerging paradigm in peace studies. We have come to understand the relationship between environmental studies and peace studies. Peace studies have come to be recognized as a continuously growing field. Being a student of international relations, I must also have to mention about about the speciality of the uniqueness of the Indian foreign policy, where the policymakers believe since the drafting of our constitution, the strategy of the foreign policy is peace and nonviolence in consonance with the principles and ideology with the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Also, the United Nations, if we talk about the international situation, it has got several devices of peacemaking through its Agency of Security Council, that is the most important peacekeeping body in the world. And the peacekeeping instruments are pacification, mediation, negotiation amongst the warring states in the global. The main objective is to settle down peace in the world. After the Second World War, there is no occurrence of the Third World War. This is the main objective. So UN peacekeeping is also very important in this global situation. So these kind of uh, peacekeeping instruments globally, individually, and in the societal relationship, they have to be our main functional instruments where we can try to sustain peace in the world, in the society, in our own mindset, and we can avoid dispute, discord, quarrel, and annihilation, destruction of the entire human existence. So I don't have much to say here, but I understand that the conference will touch upon a vast spectrum of knowledge and open up new channels of thought and understanding. I'm also confident about the success of this conference, and I also welcome and thank my students, all the researchers, and the most honorable delegates present here virtually and physically, and they are going to, I believe they're going to immensely benefit from the proceedings of this conference. I also immensely thank to the students, to the researchers who are going to present their abstracts and papers in this seminar. And I again wish this seminar a grand success at the end of my speech. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful speech. Now, I think all of us have to make peace with our stomachs because you're all very hungry. And here's a food for thought while we are eating. After hearing the past sessions, I am very curious about what we are thinking about from where the self is getting frustrated. We are all growing up in schools and colleges. what are the microcultures of schools? I mean, a few years ago now it's become that I met, oh, sorry, ma'am is felicitating our chief guest, Professor Manikam. Can we have a round of applause, please? I didn't realize. Yes. Lunch is going to be served downstairs where the food boxes were, so we do not keep moving round and round. So, coming back to our food for thought, do think of what and have conversations about what schools can be like. What happens to the person who fails? What happens to the person who doesn't come first and gets an award? Right? So these will inform, all of us are going to work, especially our department, our children, you're going to grow up or are working already in school environments, in college environments. And I hope that you take some of this back, these ideals back into school practices. And shall we break then? Quickly, we have to also come back. Shimoy ma'am says at 3 o'clock, and she has specifically requested me to apologize with folded hands for the delay. The conversations were so engaging, we couldn't stop the
Bia, are you there? Can you help me with something?
Yes, sir. Hi.
Yeah, hello. I'm seeing you since morning. You are there.
Yeah.
I'm sharing my screen. Just see if it is showing. Okay.
Okay.
Um, just a second. Okay. Now I will do one thing. Actually, a little bit of a problem. Is the slide showing? Yeah.
Yes, I can see it.
And it's moving?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's full screen, right?
Yeah.
And it's possible to do it like this, right?
Yeah, it is.
Just see, this is the first slide. You can see, right? A
Yeah.
staircase kind of thing and a banyan tree.
Banyan. Yeah. Yeah.
And this is the second slide. It's moving, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, third. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So I'm coming out of it. Now what happens to the size? Tell me. Does it decrease? It decreases, right?
Yes. Yes.
It has decreased. Okay, fine. I'm just checking the sharing. So now I will not share. Okay, I've come out of sharing now,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I won't be able to see you all when I'll be presenting because this is happening through Google Chrome.
Hmm.
Uh, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine if I don't see you all. I see the slide.
Okay.
I think I have to do it that way, or one of you will have to share the slides. But let's not complicate matters. Let me do it. It's possible to see, right? Huh? No problem.
Yeah. No problem.
No problem. Okay, great. You all
Um,
want? Are you seeing me when you're seeing the slide?
no, your video is off.
My video is going off, right? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is the only thing that is going to happen here. Just give 1 second.
Like
Try one.
till now it's off.
No, now too it's off.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put on the video. Now let me share and see. Hmm?
Yeah.
Let's try it again.
Okay.
My entire screen. Share. Wait. Uh, it's coming, right?
Yes.
Now you can see me.
And the screen. Yeah.
No, but what I want to do is something different. No. I opened the wrong thing. I have to open Keynote. Yeah. Now what is happening? Dia, tell me.
I can see your keynote screen.
You can see that, right? Huh?
Mm.
Okay. You can see the PPT. And can you
Yeah.
see me? No.
I can see you on the like on this side.
Side.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, and it's not full screen, right? The PPT?
No.
No. Acha. Now I make the screen full screen now.
Yeah, now it's full screen. So if I, pin your
Hmm.
video and
Hmm.
also pin the screen that you're sharing, then I can see both you and the PPT full screen.
But now the PPT has become full screen, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I have vanished.
No, you are there.
I'm there in some corner, right? Huh?
No, like if I pin you, then I can see you in a big window.
Maybe don't pin. I can just remain in one corner. I'm not too important actually. The slide is more important.
Yeah.
So it's okay. The slides can be seen, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll stop sharing. Yeah, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Suddenly I had a whatever anxiety attack. What if I don't manage to share the screen because it's uh, different systems, no? This is
Uh-huh.
Keynote
Yeah.
and that is Chrome.
Yeah.
Because it's Google Meet. Had it been Zoom, it would not have been an issue. But on Google Meet, this will be.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope
Okay.
you're well.
Yeah, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, good. Yeah. They haven't started yet, I think. It's the lunchtime still. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Good.
actually presenting in one of the oral presentations panels,
Okay.
and
Okay.
I also don't know when they're going to start, so I'm also in anxiety.
You're Panel, I think, will happen just after my
No,
session.
yours is later. No, it's after all the oral presentations are done.
Oh,
Then it is. Yeah.
so yeah. So I think Professor De Sonali De is the
Yeah.
chair of that. Huh?
Yeah, and she's the
Yeah.
chair in my panel also.
Oh, I know. Okay, good, good. No, I'll attend yours. I'll attend yours.
You will?
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. No, no. I have been attending everything since morning. Actually, I heard all the three talks actually,
Okay.
and I'll partly build on Honey Ma'am's talk also. So,
Oh,
so
right.
I have been. No, I'll attend yours. No, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
I'll
So
attend.
mine is in the, I think, the seminar hall,
Okay. Okay.
Google
Not
Meet.
in the auditorium.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you have the link, dear?
Yeah, I do.
Share the link
Okay,
with me.
just one
Just share the
second.
link. Just share it here in the chat also. It's fine. I can take it from here also.
Okay.
Just share. My email ID is different now.
Oh, okay.
The- I'm not at AUD anymore. No? So,
Yeah, I know.
so the email ID is this. That I've given it to you.
Yeah, sure,
I
please.
need to ask you how are you, where are you, but I don't think we should do it here.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
I think I have this email ID as well.
you have? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
I have copied your thing. So, okay, I have to check the schedule properly, actually. Oh, okay. Now, so you will break into two rooms now, right?
Hmm. It's
Uh,
just two different Google Meet
it's just two.
meetings. Yeah.
So I think I have the auditorium link, which is why I am in this one, right?
Yeah.
I think I.
I think this is the same link that we started with.
Yes, yes. This is I have only this one only. I think where the talks are happening, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So lunch break. Okay, track one and track two, right?
yeah.
Okay, we are moving to two rooms: migration, conflict, violence, gender, and self. So you are in which one? In
The
track
two.
one. Oh, in the seminar two, right?
Yeah.
Track two, seminar one. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I'll go there. I'll go there.
Okay.
And I'll join. I'll join that. Okay,
I,
and Sonali is there. And Amitabu is also there. Okay, okay, great. I'll move to that one.
okay, thank you so much.
I'll come out of
I'm
this.
I'm
I'll come out
really
of this.
nervous.
I'll come back here later.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. Bye.
for this enlightening event. Before we delve into the fascinating papers and presentations, allow me to introduce our esteemed chair for this session, Professor Anjali Roy. Professor Roy is a retired professor and former head of the Department of Applied Psychology at the University of Calcutta. She was also a professor emeritus of Adamas University. Professor Ray completed her BSc and MSc degrees from the University of Calcutta, achieving first class first rank and receiving prestigious accolades such as the Jubilee Postgraduate Merit Prize, Gold Medal Award, Bhanu Dasgupta Medal Award, and Jawaharlal Nehru Award for her outstanding academic achievements. She is also a fellow of the Indian Industrial Psychiatry. With her expertise and experience, Professor Ray has been actively involved in the selection and evaluation processes of various organizations, including NAC, NACO, NLM, NHM, UPSC, UGC, CSC, and PSC of different states. She has also provided consultancy services to numerous organizations. Professor Ray's professional journey began as an action research director for the UNESCO UNICEF program CUSCON. She later served as the assistant director of the Curriculum Development Center at UGC, deputy director of the Population Education Resource Center at Burdwan University, and in charge of the Learning Material Development Unit at the Directorate of Distance Education, University of Burdwan. Throughout her career, Professor Ray has supervised 23 PhD research works encompassing various fields, including applied psychology, education, sociology, management, epidemiology, and nursing. She has successfully organized 9 research projects funded by UGC UNFPA on population, UGC on students' mental health, UGC UPR scheme on elderly people, TEQP, MHRD project on career development, National Health Mission program on health counseling, and UNICEF and State Family Welfare Bureau, Government of West Bengal on adolescent health, among others. Professor Ray's scholarly contributions include authoring numerous books and publishing over 140 papers in national and international journals, showcasing her profound knowledge and expertise in the field. Thank you, Professor Ray, for gracing us with your presence and agreeing to chair this session. We are truly honored to have you guide us through this enlightening session on gender and self, and we look forward to your invaluable insights and guidance as we explore the fascinating papers and discussions ahead. We are also fortunate to have Dr. Debodipa Banerjee serving as our esteemed co-chair for this track. Dr. Banerjee is an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology at Bethune College, Kolkata, where she serves as a member of the West Bengal Educational Service. She received her graduation degree in psychology in 2008 with a first class second and was awarded the Foundation Subsistence Fellowship by Asia Foundation. Dr. Banerjee then went on to receive her post-graduation degree in 2010 with a first and was honored as a gold medalist. She completed her PhD in 2018 and has since published 16 papers in journals and book chapters. Dr. Banerjee is a prolific conference speaker, paper presenter, chair, and co-chair with 27 participations under her belt. Her research interests lie in the area of OB and HR psychology, consumer behavior, social and community psychology. She is a proud member of the International Association of Applied Psychology and continues to make significant contributions to the field of psychology. A warm welcome and heartfelt thanks to Dr. Devdeepa Banerjee for joining us as the co-chair of this session on gender and self. Your presence enriches our exploration of this fascinating theme, and we eagerly anticipate the valuable contributions you will bring to the table. Thank you for being a part of this esteemed gathering. I would right now request Professor Anjali Ray and Professor Debodipa Banerjee to be felicitated by our students. Can Dr. Ray and Dr. Banerjee please come on stage? আমি আমি দিয়ে দিচ্ছি ম্যাম। এদিক দিয়ে না এটা কাবিলা হতো। আপনার লাইট হবে সাবধান দেখছি না। দেবাংশু মিটিং এ দেখো কেউ এন্ট্রি করতে চেষ্টা করছে। তোমার জ্বালানোর কিছু আছে? না এখন না। কি বলছো? Before we proceed with the presentations, I would like to take a moment to outline a few essential guidelines and share some important facts regarding the upcoming session. Throughout this session, we will have a total of 6 captivating presentations, each carefully curated to explore different aspects of this intriguing topic. And each presenter will have a total time of 10 minutes, with 8 minutes allocated for their presentation and 2 minutes specifically reserved for questions and answers. We kindly request all presenters to adhere to this time limit to ensure a smooth flow of the session and allow ample opportunity for engaging discussions. I would also like to state that first we will start and complete the offline presentations, and then we will start and complete the online presentations. So let us embrace this opportunity to explore the fascinating researches shared in this track and engage in meaningful discussions that deepen our understanding of the relationship between gender and self. I would first thus like to invite Shagorika Mukhopadhyay, and her paper's title is An Exploratory Study on Transpersonal Art Therapy on Young Adults Going Through Romantic Relationship Heartbreak with Respect to Peace.
Thank you. May I start? Okay. Good afternoon to the organizers, to the delegates, and to all present here. My name is Shagorika Mukhopadhyay. I am a PhD scholar in Adamas University. Advisor is Dr. Shweta Shah, the Assistant Professor of Adamas University. My topic of presentation is an exploratory study on transpersonal art therapy on young adults going through romantic relationship heartbreak with respect to peace. So this is a very interesting topic for the youngsters, and especially in this modern time, the necessity of romantic relationship is taking its peak. So there are a lot of problems that arises in this domain, and due to the setback, due to the heartbreak phase, it becomes difficult for them to overcome it, and that hinders the peace within themselves. Moving with the introduction, I would start with human minds possess imposter tendency that pull us away from the healthy ego and generates an altered self after every failure and rejection from the outside world, which causes our inner peace. This altered self is riddled with doubt, remorse, self blame, and powerlessness. One of the interesting and most important area, that is the romantic connections, if it is reciprocal, can greatly aid in self and others understanding. Unreciprocated relationship have a different scenario, emerging as a bilaterally distressing experience marked as heartbreak. This anguish of heartbreak hinders one's ability to find peace inside oneself and others. The human mind most potent instrument is thought. So thought, on other hand, is guided by perception. A grudge filled perception, rather I would say, prevents us from engaging in defense free introspection. On other hand, forgiveness, this is the conscious, intentional choice to let go the anger or retribution against a person or organization who has wronged you, regardless whether they had deserved your forgiveness or not. And another aspect, that is resilience. People who are psychologically resilient learn coping mechanisms that enable them to maintain composure and heal without experience long-term harm. These two aspects are very much correlated with that of inner peace. Now, I would move forward with what is peace? The peace which we are talking about and looking for. Our ability to rise peace or awareness that handle our that can be hardly ever noticed depends on our ability to pay attention to the current moment. We can see the minute fissures in thoughts and perception that we carry every day with our intense focus awareness on the present moment. How we are not though, however, we are not compelled to act quickly or evaluate what we do not like. Now, what is this present moment? This is only possible when we distant our thought, our emotion from the flowing thought. As from morning we have heard that uh, thought flows when we enter meditative state. Thought flows, comes and stays. Now, how to achieve this peace in this meditative state? It is possible only when we learn to distance the thought and emotion, not evaluating it. Rather, just witness the flow of breath, the flow of movement, the flow of word into paper, the flow of creativity as color mixes and forms take shapes. This allows us to notice the flow without changing it and to become fully present in the moment, just like free association technique in psychoanalysis. Transpersonal art therapy is thus a mindfulness meditative artistic approach to tap into one's consciousness, alter ego, and self potentialities. As per literature review, William James was the first to introduce the word transpersonal. Later, Abraham Maslow and Viktor Frankl popularized it. Other researchers like Lazaro and Sapiro even mentioned about the transpersonal art therapy, and thus the term transpersonal art therapy is coined, implying that one might travel within oneself in search of healing and power. Now, transpersonal art therapy for the present study is being inspired from the book Rising Self-Esteem in Adult, an eclectic approach with art therapy CBT DPT based technique by Suzanne, and the mindfulness in positive psychology, the science of mind, meditation and well-being by Lomas. In that book, it has been proposed that one okay. So yeah, so just moving with the methodology part only, that's in this activity I have mentioned in, we have used a 3-day group training as preparation for the sessions, and it was 1 hour duration. Each session was of 1 hour duration. The activities which involved were thought identification with honesty, acceptance of emotion, rebuilding the behavior, taking the responsibilities of forgiveness, be the positive energy. Now moving to the research objective. The two primary research objectives of the study are: the present study intends to identify the effect of positive and negative ex-relationship thought due to romantic relationship heartbreak among the young group of young adults on the variables like forgiveness, resilience, and neurotic tendencies by analyzing the pre-therapy data. Next, the second, the study is intended to analyze the effect of transpersonal art therapy on the variables like forgiveness, resilience, and neurotic tendencies by the means of comparative study of the pre and the post therapy data. The hypothesis of the present study can be stated as: there is no significant difference between the pre measures in positive and negative ex-relationship thought. There is no significant difference between the pre and post measures in forgiveness in relationship with the thought. Same goes with resilience and neurotic tendencies. Now, moving to the methodology, the nature of the study was a pre-experimental design where a pre-test and a post-test was administered on an offline mode in a group setting on students from Adams University and Xavier's College. The interest of the study is to use the transpersonal art therapy as a therapeutic tool to understand the wellness of them. The scales that were used were positive and negative ex-relationship thought scale for measuring the cognitive style pattern of the participants, the Connors-Davidson scale for resilience, Heartland forgiveness scale for forgiveness, and lastly, DAS, the depression anxiety scale for neurotic tendencies. Here are the few examples of the results that came up. Now moving to the result. The pre-test results show that both positive and negative ex-relationship thought has negatively significant difference on forgiveness and resilience. The result also bring forth that positive ex-relationship thought have more detrimental effect than that of the negative ex-relationship thought on neurotic tendencies. We can lastly we can then moving to the next slide, that is the negative ex-relationship thought. It only shows that negative ex-relationship thought have a negative significant effect as well on forgiveness and resilience, but it has a different scenario in neurotic tendencies. The first objective of the study is thus fulfilled. Next, moving to the next objective. The next objective is understanding the effect of transpersonal art therapy on the variables like forgiveness, resilience, and neurotic tendencies. It shows that it has also a positive effect. We used Man Whitney U for understanding the correlation, and it shows that in the forgiveness has a change in our pre and post data therapies.
Shagorika, sorry to interrupt you, but you will need to.
Yes, ma'am. It's just one slide. Okay. Okay. So the result clearly indicates that the blend of art and spirituality as a therapy has a significant effect on forgiveness, resilience, and neurotic tendencies, except in the domain of forgiveness and others. Conclusion, the study also suggests the practical applicability of transpersonal art therapy will enrich the theoretical model of promoting peace. I rest, the references are here, and I rest it here. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. As I have mentioned that my therapy was inspired from two books, that is transpersonal art therapy. One was art therapy book and one was for meditative techniques. So here we use the spiritual counseling methods as a mode. We have made the client participants sit down and relax first, then we have used meditation. Through the meditation, whatever they have visualized, they have presented it, and then there were some questions on based on which they have written these thoughts, they have projected their thoughts there. One of the, if we move to the, if we look into the second picture, so that talks about attachment and detachment at the same time. So basically the one created, she created a picture and she itself destroyed it again. So that's actually you let go your own creativity. Because generally what happens in ex relationship, when it comes to relationship after breakup, what happens, the children generally cling to their perspective of that they have done so much into relationship, they can't give it. So here while doing this therapy, they understand that it is better to let go certain attachments for their own mental health well-being. And they have also written Sorry. The left, the leaf. Okay, that is for forgiveness. So basically, forgiveness already has three domains. That is others, self, and situation. So the big leaf is that herself or himself, and the other two are other people and situations. So in that, they are providing energy, positive energy to the other people as well as to the situations. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, young adults. 18 to 27 years old age range was there. So uh, masters, PhD scholars. Random sampling methods. Yes. Separately, okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the suggestions. Yeah, definitely, I will look into it. Random sampling methods. I have. Okay, so when I was collecting the data, I even provided a questionnaire where it was written about their relationship status. So there was a question that was provided to them. Yes, almost 50 I have given. 50. So, not everyone, the ones who have stated that they are going through heartbreak. So we have only collected the student participants were from the ones who are going through heartbreak in last 6 months to maintain that standard range. Consent, yes, definitely. And that consent only there was questions which they have marked that their relationship status. It's last 6 months, heartbreak in last 6 months. They have not come. No, no. In last 6 months, just last 6 months. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shagorika.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next paper is titled Following Traditional Sex Role Leads to Peace, Illusory or Real? Hints from Verbatim and Attitude Towards LGBTQ+, which will be presented by Debangshu Chondo and Deboshmita Das, who are teaching assistant and research scholar respectively from the Department of Psychology, West Bengal State University.
পিডিএফ করা আছে পরপর যা একটু দেখো তো হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I actually want to start off with a question, a very popular dialogue from a famous Netflix series, Lucifer. What is it that you truly desire? Keeping in mind this question, this is Devanshu Chanda presenting our latest research. Following traditional sex roles leads to peace, illusory or real, hints from verbatim and attitude towards LGBTQ+. Now, starting off with the introduction part, what are sex roles? Sex roles are basically predefined normative attitudes that society label towards an individual to showcase what they should do and what they should not. Now, this is a very complicated question. So let's start with sex roles first.
But while talking about sex roles, it's very important to talk about the labeling called sex. Why not male and female? We have not used the term male or female in our research. Rather, we have labeled it at IFAB and IMAB, which is very popular nowadays in the literature, which is assigned female at birth and assigned male at birth. Now, why not a person actually label himself or herself? Why the society should label? Now, coming into this question, we saw that this is all based on sex roles, that is the demands of the society. So these persons are IMAB, these persons are AFAB, but I'm pretty sure that the AFAB persons, I'm showing it once again, the AFAB persons are much more easier to comprehend rather than the IMAB persons. Too many, not to everyone. Now, this starts with childhood toys, to sports, to colors. So what's the reason behind all this? Is it religion? Is it society? Is it observational learning? Is it media influence? What? Delving into the literature review, we found that we all try to fit in and get accepted and showcase ourselves as normal. And but this is not something that the Eastern perspective showcases. A complete human being is in equilibrium between the masculine and the feminine. This is what the Vedic literature suggests. Non-normative queer sex, gender, and sexualities are present in ancient India, and that is quite evident. Data from 185 countries shows that British colonies are more likely to criminalize homosexuality rather than India, which has never ever colonized. Uh, Coming to Muslims in Western Europe, it is seen that such Muslims are against homosexuality if they are somehow predisposed to regularly attend mosques. Following traditional gender roles have been associated previously with depression, anxiety, and stress. Androgynous gender identity has been related to greater subjective well-being. But is this all? We found something else. So the method was that heterosexual individuals were chosen as far as I said, like assigned female at birth and assigned male at birth. They were selected, 48 and 37 participants respectively. They were all over from urban, suburban, and rural areas of West Bengal. Snowball sampling was used for the selection. Online interviews were also taken, along with three other tools, which are the BEM sex role inventory, peace of mind scale, attitude scale towards LGBTI individuals, and the qualitative semi-structured interview. The results show that the attitudes towards LGBTQ plus varied significantly between IFAB and IMAB. Now, literature has shown the same thing previously, where girls were more accepting homosexual individuals at their workplace. Now, results also suggest that the peace of mind is negatively correlated to attitudes towards LGBTQ. But this might be the quantitative result. The qualitative result shows just the opposite. Persons AFAB express LGBTQ plus individuals as normal, while persons AMAB advocates to normalize it. Someone said, LGBT are normal. Someone said, let's normalize it. Results also show that peace of mind is positively correlated with masculinity. However, the qualitative results showcase that traditional masculinity seems to be perceived as coercive and toxic by nature, which is forcibly imposed on persons on IMAB. And an AMAB person is saying that I hate masculinity. Maybe he's referring to toxic masculinity. Another person showcases emotionally bhaba uchitina, but ami seta pari na. I cannot deal with it like that. So here we define and try to find a way to concluding this research by stating two important terminologies. One is illusory peace, another is real peace. Firstly, coming to the illusory peace part. Now, what is illusory peace and what is real peace? We theorized that somehow, or rather hypothesized that somehow there might be some kind of a peace that is short term, superficial, and connected to the social or ideal sense of self. We are staying at our own comfort zone through this peace because society is accepting it and we need not struggle against it. But what is real peace? Real peace comes from our inner desires. If those are fulfilled, not what society thinks to be fulfilled, it is much more long term, skin deep, and connected to the real self. This has some limitations to this study. FAB and MAB were chosen while other non-heterosexuals were not chosen. And this study was limited to a particular geographic area. More study needs to be done on other gender identities, sexual orientations, etc. Dream analysis, art analysis, all these things could be done along with a long, in-depth narrative analysis. Even life histories would go well. So, ending and concluding, I would like to, I'm very much grateful to my department, to Dr. Shonchita Ghosh, to Dr. Srimoy Tarafdar, and definitely our mentor, Dr. Onup Dhar, for presenting with us this brilliant opportunity, without which I could not be standing over here. So, that's it for today. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Battery. Hello. Okay. Quantitative analysis. That's a brilliant question, ma'am. Actually, that is the question through which we are concluding ourselves. The qualitative analysis is something which is showcasing the inner desires, the actual desires, indirect desires, which the person is not stating. Like, for example, there is a thing social acceptance. For social acceptance, a person might think of working or answering in a particular way, in a particular manner to get accepted. But in qualitative, in depth interview, somehow that ego barrier is being broken. And that person is showcasing such desires which are not normative as such. However, in the quantitative part, those barriers are so strong, might be due to the quantitative phenomenology that one has to suffer while answering those questions, might be due to the structured format that one is being presented, might be due to various issues. But essentially, this is all, I think, a role of the unconscious versus the conscious. Consciously, they get too much conscious while answering quantitative questions, but somehow that ego barrier breaks while answering the qualitative questions. So the inner self is better reflected in the qualitative part. That's it.
You have not given any instruction regarding the content of qualitative material? The
Okay.
content that you have observed in the quantitative process and the qualitative in the same phase or another mode?
No, in the same phase. In the same phase. That is, in fact, most striking. In fact, more striking. Because if the time frame is same, the persons are same, then how come they are giving completely poles apart results which are not supposed to be given? at least how we understand it. Yes, ma'am.
Negative correlation between attitude towards masculinity and inner peace. Can you explain that a bit? Why this is the case?
Masculinity and peace of mind. There's
No,
a
the previous slide, there was a negative relation.
okay, this
Yes,
one.
yes.
Yes,
Because
yes.
the reason of peace of mind is not just the attitude towards LGBTQ. There can be other reasons too.
There can be other reasons, but
Yes.
we here, because we were
And the
seeking.
P is also not significant actually. It's not significant. It's 0.295 is not significant negative relation. It's not significant.
It might be a technical error, I guess.
What type of correlation was that?
Pearson.
Pearson. But
Pearson, how you have used this Pearson test here?
Attitude towards LGBT and peace of mind to variables.
What is the sample characteristics?
I didn't get you, ma'am.
What was your sample characteristics? How you have used this Pearson parametric test?
Ma'am is asking that have you checked
Okay,
the
okay, yes, yes. We had done Shapiro, Wilkoff, and all.
Okay, but this is, I think, a wrongful explanation because this is not significant.
I guess.
Negative relation has been found, but
Yes, negative
by
relation
this
has-
p-value, you
I
can't
guess
say.
the p-value is. I guess it has been mistyped.
Okay.
It's
or,
not.
Or if
Yeah.
there is negative significant correlation, can you explain that? Because
Yes, there
reason
is
of-
definite negative significance. Actually, like if there is a positive, if there is a higher score in attitude towards LGBTQ, that means they are more positive towards LGBTQ. There must have been a better peace of mind. But we are finding that that is not the case. This is what we are hypothesizing, that this is because there is some kind of a conflict that they are undergoing, not because of something that they are aware of. This is some kind of an inner psychological conflict, psychic conflict that they are undergoing, which is mismatched with what they want to show and what they are supposed to show. Yeah, again.
negative attitude doesn't mean I have certain type of conflict, right?
No, negative attitude does not mean I have certain kind of a conflict. But yes, it again can mean.
Okay, it's a debatable thing. I think.
It is a debatable thing because if I'm having a negative attitude, why or from what roots am I having it? There must be something within myself. There must be a conflict within myself with myself. That's why I cannot express my acceptance towards others. That is where the inner peace comes from.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I please add to this question?
Thank you, Debangshu. An important announcement I would like to make. Our esteemed delegate, Professor Manickam, is unable to find his phone. So it's my humble request if you kindly find a phone which is not yours and it's somewhere lying around, or if you have kept it in your bags mistakenly, please approach me and give the phone to me. I'll provide it to Professor Manickam. It's my humble request. Moving on, the next paper is titled Values Enhances Gender Equity, a Prerequisite to Peace Building, and it will be presented by Yuma Nara, who is a research scholar at the Department of Psychology, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. And over to you, Yuma.
Good evening to one and all present here. So I'm Miss Yuma Nara, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Psychology, RGU, and I'll be presenting a joint paper presentation along with my supervisor, Dr. Dhameshwari Laurambam, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology, RGU. Our paper is titled as Values Enhances Gender Equity, a Prerequisite to Peace Building. So, as we all know, gender inequality is a serious global problem. One of the most common bases of exclusion historically has been gender. According to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, women are overwhelmingly subjected to several types of gender based discrimination and violence throughout the world. As Professor Manikam also highlighted during the inaugural program on the and specifically highlighting the SDG goals, we know the relevance of the prevailing gender inequity across the world. The cultural perceptions and attitudes to males and females are key factors that cause gender inequalities. Preceding researchers propound that women are relatively more altruistic than men by typically giving more than men to charity. One of the one of the chosen variables of our study, along with moral values. Moral values is not only defined as knowledge of cultural values, but more about how individuals' interests with their social environment. It's a development of values involving cognition, affection, and behavior pertaining to regulations and conventions on what one should do in a social interaction with others. Furthermore, studies highlight that both men and women expect women to be more altruistic than men. Understanding gender differences, therefore, is an expectation of altruistic behavior is relevant because people often make decisions based on their beliefs about others' behavior. It's also been found that men are more likely than women to resist progress towards gender equality and equity. Furthermore, studies also indicate that men are less supportive of diversity programs for minorities and more likely than women to respond with backlash. Uh, However, we cannot say that women do not resist. Women too resist progress towards gender inequality, albeit less frequently than men. Some of the literature reviews supporting our study are Clement, in a study titled Equality, Human Dignity and Altruism, the Caring Concerns, concludes that in a community in which an ethic of care is operationalized, the values of equality, altruism, and human dignity assume their appropriate importance. Waxev, in his study, concluded that there may be something to be gained from viewing core rules of justice in the form of EAD, which is equity is desert, as the sophisticated descendants of the socio-biological concept of reciprocal altruism, a set of algorithms designed to limit both unbridled selfishness and indiscriminate altruism. Anderson and Rowland in 2005 concluded that individuals who reported higher levels of altruism were more likely to support policies and practices that promote gender equity, such as equal pay for equal work and parental leave policies. Joshi and Eli, the authors find that moral values related to gender equality, such as caring and fairness, are positively associated with perceptions of gender equity in the workplace, and that this relationship is partially mediated by perceived discrimination and organizational justice. Study by Sarato and Sifri show that managing the work and family interaction, including the resulting work-family conflict, limited time, high levels of stress, and competing behavioral expectations indicate that traditional gender roles still affect the way men and women manage their work. These are some of the other review of literatures done. So the rationale of the study is moral values do promote empathy and concern for others. These values encourage individuals to see others as equals and to strive for fairness and justice in all aspects of life, including gender equity. These values encourage individuals to also take responsibility for their own actions and to work towards creating a more equitable and just society. Um, there is little study and available data in which discrimination based on gender in the domains of family, society, economy, and politics can leave women on a host of harmful inter and intrapersonal mental health levels, especially in the state of Arunachal Pradesh, where psychology and the concept of mental health is relevantly very new. So the objectives of the study are to explore the relationship between values of morality, altruism, and gender equity, to explore if there are any differences in values of morality, altruism, and gender equity among males and females. Our hypotheses are values of morality will be positively related to gender equity, altruism will be positively related to gender equity. The current study carried out was among 263 students of Arunachal Pradesh, out of which 17 were excluded for being outliers. The final sample was 246, including 87 males, 87 cisgender heterosexual males to be specific, and 159 cisgender heterosexual females aged 15 to 30 years from three major universities, namely RGU, NERIS, and AUS. The sample comprised of students having educational qualification of +2, UG, PG, and PhD from both rural and urban areas, regardless of any religious differences. An online-based survey was generated, which was divided into two parts, namely demographic information and four chosen standard inventories of moral identity scale, altruistic personality scale, gender equity scale, and gender role belief scale. The data was entered using MS Excel 2016. Descriptive statistics, Pearson product moment correlation, and t-tests have been calculated using SPSS. The results were expressed in the forms of tables. This is the demographic details of the sample. So the study variables, correlation coefficient values, group statistics, t-test values of independent samples. So the major findings result of the correlation analysis indicated that there is significant positive correlation between values of morality and gender equity. There is significant positive correlation. Yeah, sure. Positive correlation between altruism and gender equity. There is significant positive correlation between moral self and gender role beliefs. However, a positive non-significant correlation between moral identity and gender role beliefs have been found. There is significant positive correlation between altruism and gender role beliefs. Result of the t-test showed that there was significant difference in moral self between males and females, significant difference in moral identity between males and females. There was however, no significant difference in altruism between males and females. A significant difference in gender equality between males and females was found in gender role beliefs as well. Conclusion: thus, it is clear from the above result that those who are high on values of morality and altruism have a better outlook towards gender equity and broader attitude towards gender roles. It was also seen that males and females differ significantly in the aspects of gender equity and gender role beliefs, which shows a deep-rooted stereotypical perspective of gender roles, especially in the males. Although females are making remarkable progress in women empowerment, but equality can be achieved in the true sense only when the male belief of an equal gender roles and gender equity inside out is practiced in the practical world. Hence, there is a long way to go in achieving equity, which is a prerequisite of peace building in the world, as peace in the literal way cannot be achieved unless there is justice and equality among males, females, and other genders. Thank you. These are some of the references.
Madam, please tell that the sample you have chosen from 3 universities and the number of the candidate you have selected,
Yes, ma'am.
all from the same group, that is Matriarchic Society and Patriotic Society in
Yeah,
Northeast. So there is a change, there will be some change. So how we have maintained control over the sample groups regarding the person coming from the Matriarchic Society and Patriotic Society?
To highlight on your question, ma'am, basically in Northeast, yes, matrilineal and patrilineal society is there. However, in Arunachal, it is extremely patriarchal society. So, and we have chosen only the samples who are Arunachalis. Yeah, only patriarchal. It's
Informed that Nerist is also included, and Nerist persons are coming from the Seven Sisters of the Northeast region.
True,
and
ma'am.
that Meghalaya, Mizoram, everywhere. So there is a huge change in their attitude and role functioning. That is why I am asking.
True, ma'am. We have chosen students from AUS, Neris, and Arju. However, only those who are Arunachalis. Yes, ma'am.
And one thing, that moral identity and moral self, whose is better? Like whose is higher, for males or females?
The identity is more for females, ma'am.
Both for females, it's higher. Can you explain why this is the case?
Maybe because of the moral obligations that is imposed on them due to the cultural factors, maybe, ma'am. Most probably.
Any literature support have you got in this regard?
Specifically regarding the moral values.
Yes, both are significantly higher in females. Because if you have like quite higher moral obligations, you will feel to be out of the track, right?
True, ma'am.
So it's not the case here.
I'll have to more specifically look into it from your angle
I
as well.
think
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Sure, ma'am.
Probably because females have this They might be higher on moral self and moral identity, probably because they have been attuned to follow certain moral values even at home. But when it comes to questions on gender equality, gender equity, and gender role beliefs, they also, because they are the ones who is actually facing discrimination at various levels, so they want that equality so much. Because the questions, if you look into the items, it's like paying bills, is it the role of a female? So somewhere down the line they also feel that nahi, nahi, equality hona chahiye, so they respond in that way. So probably that might be the reason that they score higher in moral values, as well as they score higher in gender equity and gender role beliefs. So that might be a reason.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Yuma. The next paper is titled Gender, Power, and Peace, a systematic study of the difference in perception of power and peace in men and women, and the emerging need for a feminine paradigm in international peace building and sustenance strategies. This will be presented by Prakriti Ghosh Hajra, who is from the Department of Applied Psychology, University of Calcutta.
ডাউনলোড করা ছিল, এখানে একবার দেখবো ডাউনলোড করা আছে কিনা। এখানে না, এখানে এখানে কোনটা? What is the name of the presentation? A systematic study. Gender, power and peace, a systematic study. This one? Yes, this one. এই তো এটা এই তো
ও এটাই আচ্ছা दो मिनट टाइम लगेगा কেন ভাই এটা কি পিডিএফ
পিপিটিও পাঠিয়েছে।
ডাউনলোড হচ্ছে না ঠিক আছে এটা দেখি দেখি করে প্রেজেন্ট করে নাও
ঠিক আছে, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই।
ঠিক আছে
Good afternoon, all. I am Prakriti Ghoshajra, a PG student of the Department of Applied Psychology, University of Calcutta. Today, I will be presenting on Gender, Power and Peace, a systematic study of the difference in perception of power and peace in men and women, and the emerging need for a feminine paradigm in international peace building and sustenance strategies. So what is peace? According to the Oxford Dictionary, peace is a state of tranquility, whereas according to the Britannica Encyclopedia, peace is a complete absence of war or any other evidence of violence. William James stated that to mitigate war, we have to create a moral alternative of the same. The responsibility of creating this moral alternative belongs to the discipline of peace psychology. Peace psychology, therefore, is a specialized discipline that caters to the theoretical and practical implications of developing interventions and implementing them to mitigate wars, any other forms of violence, and its effect on the individual, the society, and the community. Talking about gender and sex, while sex is the biological disposition that an individual is attributed at birth, gender is much more psychological. It refers to psychological traits, attributes, characteristics, and the expectations and roles that are attributed to an individual by the society. Based on the review of about 37 research papers, there are some evaluations. Initially, researches that took place in the early 1980s, the early 1990s, they labeled women as peacemakers and men as aggressors. Shodoro stated that it is because women have exclusive birth and nurturing duties. So men are attributed with adjectives like aggressive, dominant, assertive, and women are attributed with adjectives like cooperative, caring, compromising, etc. Further researches during those times showed that women are much less likely to reconcile with strangers after altercations than men. Because evolutionary psychologists stated that women are rooted to family and they are not interested in reconciliation with strangers. However, the post structuralist feminists in their research stated that these research interpretations left the patriarchal duality unopposed. They belong to the biological extremist views and did not take into consideration the socialization differences or differences in social experiences between men and women. As a result, violences where men aggress against men or where women aggress against men or women were systematically eliminated from their discussion. However, are men and women subjected to similar experiences? No. If we talk about aggression, while men are subjected to physical injury and death, for women, there are a whole new section of crime. Statistically speaking, women are far more vulnerable to the gender based or sex based crimes like rapes, acid attacks, molestations, etc. And its effects are just not limited to the woman, it percolates to the society as well. Talking about the different cognitions of power and peace, are power and peace perceived in the same way by men and women? Not naturally. For men, power is an end, whereas for women, power is means to an end. Therefore, Diop, who is a leader of the Feminine African Solidarity, states that while men are used for wielding authority as and when required, women are far more useful in using peace to build consensus or negotiate and mediate conflicts. Talking about peace, while men have a macro perspective to peace, women have a micro perspective to peace. A macro perspective is far more external, oriented to the society and the community, whereas a micro perspective to peace is far more internal and intimate. For women, peace is anonymous to support trust, compromise, reconciliation, love. And for men, peace is synonymous to peace enforcement, monitoring, and sustenance. Various review researchers state that peace is a gendered concept and so is power. We have suffered 2 world wars, after which the United Nations took peace enforcement, peace building, and peace sustenance very seriously. However, we find that there is a lacuna of taking into consideration women experiences and feminine representation at the dialogue tables. Neither are experiences and biases that women are subjected to taken into appropriate consideration, nor do we have appropriate female representatives at the dialogue table. Really, in 2005, conducted one of the largest statistical analysis, and the data set shows that countries where women are more empowered in multiple spheres of life are less likely to go to war with the neighbors, to be in bad standing with the international community, to be in rife with crime and violence within their society. Further review of various researchers show us what happens when women participate in international peace diplomacy. We have more empowerment, less wars, international harmony, offering trust, bridging divide, mobilizing coalitions, provisions for peace that are aimed at political reform, higher implementation rates of the interventions, better quality, durability, and promise of peace, and prioritization of social welfare over military durability and capability. The social welfare that caters to all socio-economic, socio-cultural, and socio-demographic groups. What is the answer to bringing more female representation at the international peace tables? Gender mainstreaming. Gender mainstreaming should include both gender balancing and gender budgeting. Gender balancing is taking into consideration an appropriate number of men and women at the discussion table, and gender budgeting is taking into consideration the feminine experiences of all socio-economic, socio-cultural, and socio-demographic group, so that at the peace table, neither are masculine experiences and perspectives emphasized, nor feminine experiences and perspectives of certain particular social strata. There are some important questions that are to be answered. Number one, whether we seek a greater quantity of women or greater quality of women at the international peace dialogue tables. Number two, if we say that we seek a greater quality, what are the standards according to which a woman should be judged as appropriate to participate in the international peace table? And what if there are some other factors that create differences in the perception of power and peace in men and women, and not just socialization differences or differences in social experiences? These are the few references from which I have conducted a review. Thank you.
Since it was a review paper, I just want to ask you like, if you are conducting a research in the area, what will be your topic?
Ma'am, like an empirical research?
Yes.
Ma'am, I would like to conduct an empirical research on, like in the national domain, at the national peace conferences or the national peace dialogue tables, what is the amount of women representation, the amount of time that is given to them to talk about their experiences, and whether we are taking into consideration, because India is a country with diverse social strata, so whether all these social stratas have equal representation at those conferences or not.
Yeah, this is more like a survey,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
From the psychological point of view.
Ma'am, then I would like to take interviews of urban, if I were to divide the female population of India into three sections, urban, suburban, and rural. And if I use interviews to ask them questions about what is peace to them, how do they conceptualize peace, what if today they are not, like if they say today I'm not peaceful, then what are the changes that can be made to bring them that peace? These would be some of the questions I would ask.
That would be from general population or from a particular group of individuals, like group of females?
No, ma'am, that would be from all social strata of
All
females.
social strata.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Prakriti. We will be now starting with the online presentations. There are two online papers. May I please ask someone to share the link here?
We need 5 minutes to organize
Sure.
that.
Okay, sure. We'll just take 5 minutes.
মিটটা জয়েন করছি, সাউন্ডটা আসবে তো, অনলাইন ইয়ে হবে। ঠিক আছে, আমি এখান থেকে লগ ইন করে দিচ্ছি, এখান থেকে, বা তুমি চাইলে তোমার ওখান থেকে প্রজেক্ট করতে পারো, যেটা খুশি সেটাও। ঠিক আছে, আমি এখান থেকে ইয়ে করে নিচ্ছি। হুম, অডিও তোমার ওখান থেকেই পাবো, যেরকম দিচ্ছিল। মাইকে কেউ বলবে না, ওখানে ওখানে আসবে শুরু। হুম, মাইকে কেউ বলবে না কিছু, প্রেজেন্ট করবে, শুধু প্রেজেন্ট করবে অনলাইন, যেমন একজন স্পিচ দিলে অনলাইন সেরকম।
I would like Abdul Mahafir to be ready for their presentation, and I'll then start with the introduction.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. I'll just introduce your paper and your designation. So, Abdul's paper is on childhood emotional abuse, a phenomenological study. His full name is Abdul Mahafir Ike, and he's a PhD research scholar at Periyar University, Salem. Over to you, Abdul.
Good afternoon, one and all. My name is Abdul Mafur. I'm doing PhD in Periyar University. I'm presenting on memories of childhood emotional abuse, a phenomenological study. So let's move to the background of the study. Actually, the childhood is the we all know that childhood abuse having a significant long-term impact on individuals' mental health. So childhood abuse is widely acknowledged as a significant public health problem with detrimental effects on adult mental health. A maltreating experience in childhood exemplify a toxic, rational environment that poses a considerable risk for maladaptation across diverse domains of an individual's development. Most studies on childhood abuse have focused on the impact of either childhood sexual abuse or childhood physical abuse. So most of the studies are focused on CSA or CPA. So in this study, I focused on CEA, childhood emotional abuse. However, some studies have examined the impact of childhood emotional abuse and have suggested that CEA, childhood emotional abuse, is even more strongly related to many psychological disturbances such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD than CSA and CPA. In this study, I studied about the childhood, recalling the childhood abusive experiences of adolescents, those who are rehabilitated in the observation home in Kerala. So these are the background of the study and operational definitions. Childhood maltreatment refers to the abuse and neglect of the children under the age of 18. It includes all types of abuse, physical and emotional, ill treatment, including sexual abuse, neglect, negligence, and commercial or exploitation that result in actual or potential harm to the child health, survival, development, or dignity in the context of a relationship of responsibility, trust, or power. This is the definition defined by the WHO. Childhood emotional abuse refers to an aggressive or manipulative attitude towards a child that is not physical and may include verbal assaults on one's sense of worth or well-being or humiliating or demanding behavior. This definition is proposed by Bernstein and Fink in 1998. So, moving to the methodology, the major objective of the study is to gain insight into how adolescents who have endured childhood emotional abuse perceive and interpret their experience from a psychosocial perspective. So the research question is, how do adolescents who experienced childhood maltreatment perceived and interpret their emotionally abusive experience from a psychological perspective? So the participants of the study consist of 7 adolescents who experienced childhood abuse, who are rehabilitated in the observation homes in the district of Palakkad, Kerala. Samples were selected through purposive sampling and in-depth semi-structured interview were conducted. And for the analysis, used the interpretive phenomenological analysis, IPA. Then moving to the result, these are the superordinate themes I got from the analysis. First one is abuse, second one is emotional rejection, third one is self-awareness about the abuse, and the fourth one is unhealthy power dynamics. It's a social factor. So these are the sub themes. In the verbal abuse, there are 4 sub themes: experience of blaming, manipulating, body shaming, belittling. In the emotional rejection, experience of ignorance, experience of invalidation, experience of withholding affection are included. In self-awareness about the abuse, self-awareness about the abuse and desire to break abuse. These are the 2 sub-dimensions, sub-themes. And unhealthy power dynamics, authoritarian power structure, exploitative power structure, fear-based power structure. These are the 3 sub-themes under the power structure. So these are the some example, significant statement examples. You can look through this. And then we are moving to the emerged superordinate themes. First one is self-awareness about the abuse. All participants had a basic overall awareness about physical abuses, but when reflecting on their lives, 5 participants exhibited even greater awareness of emotional abuse. None of the participants had any knowledge of such forms of emotional abuse during their early childhood. The following description exemplify that level of awareness
Sorry
of.
to interrupt. Miss, Mr. Abdul, only 2 minutes left.
Okay, okay. Then I'm moving to the second superordinate theme, that is experience of verbal abuse, and third one is emotional abuse. So we can see here some of the statement which the participant shared in experience of verbal abuse. They shared that yes, my father did. He always used to bad words when he was angry with me or when he was drunk. So here we can see that the aggressive verbal abuse from the parent, and the next one is emotional rejection. When considering the emotional rejection, specifically most of the participants are faced with extreme emotional rejection from the families. So many of the participants are explained that they are not
Mr. Abdul, only 30 seconds more.
okay, okay. And I will move into the implications. The implications of the present study suggest that it is crucial to raise awareness about the implicit type of emotional abuse, as even adolescents lack awareness about emotional abuse during this stage of development. The study also identified that the family environment is a major source of emotional abuse during childhood. The study also highlighted the necessity of identifying various types of emotional abuse in the children at early age, and awareness about emotional abuse can educate
Mr.
adolescent
Abdul,
parents.
on time, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. Let me inform that how you have, what is your rationalization regarding thinking this topic is under the subtopic that is gender and peace. What is the rationale
So,
behind this?
because actually this kind of abuses or history of abuses have a significant impact on one individual's future life. For fixing or dealing this kind of memories, we can improve their peace and their well-being. So that's why I consider this under the topic of peace.
But you have not mentioned anything regarding that, number one. And second, how you have screened out the list and how the items you have selected, how many of
Ah,
them under, you should mention that in your
sorry.
methodology and this analysis part. You
Okay,
need
ma'am, I
to
will
clear
consider.
up that for each component area, and you have to define the component meaning and then to enlist the items, a number of people they have indicated particular items, and then you have to choose only the significant items. So these are the some observation in your
Okay,
presentation.
okay, ma'am, I will consider that for my future works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. The final presentation is on the topic theoretical and empirical relationship between forgiveness, mental health, and well-being. And it is going to be presented by Miss Monica, who is an MSc final year student from the Department of Psychology, Chaudhary Bansi Lal University, Bhiwani. Do we have Monica with us?
Thank you, ma'am. Just a few seconds, ma'am.
Sure. Monica, are you there? I think there has been some technical glitch. Let's wait for a few minutes. Monica, are you online right now?
A few seconds, ma'am. Just a few seconds.
Monica, when you are sharing the screen, just click on the PPT which you are sharing and not the whole desktop. I think then you'll be able to show us the whole presentation.
There is 3 options, ma'am. Please like वो आप बताएंगे मुझे विंडो और टैब. Which
Tab.
one I choose?
You can click tab.
Okay.
And you have to open the presentation first and then come again to this Google Meet and then share the screen.
Okay, ma'am. Just a few seconds.
Monica, if it's a problem, then you can also present without your PowerPoint presentation. You can just start speaking.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. There is some network issue. I'll be present orally. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, today is my topic is theoretical and empirical relationship between forgiveness, mental health, and well-being. In this paper, we reviewed theoretical and empirical studies of forgiveness and mental health. Considering mental health correlates and outcomes of forgiveness is important for at least 4 reasons. because unforgiveness is often a core component of stress resulting from an interpersonal offenses, and stress is associated with decreased mental health. Secondly, unforgiveness resulting from intrapersonal transgressions may increase level of guilt, shame, and regret that in turn negatively impact one's mental health. That's why forgiveness may be one way of coping with interpersonal and intrapersonal stresses in a fashion that promotes positive adjustment. The cost of mental illness to society is enormous. For instance, in 1996 alone, direct cost exceeds 80 million according to US Department of Health and Human Services in 1999. Our mental health is often linked to physical health, and as such, mental illness may increase cost of physical health care to the extent that forgiveness can be shown to ameliorate negative mental health consequences of interpersonal and intrapersonal offenses. It will become increasingly recognized as a viable means of treatment with important proactive variables. Now, our forgiveness divided into two types like trade forgiveness and state forgiveness. Trade forgiveness, I will define trade forgiveness firstly. Trade forgiveness involves a tendency to offer, feel, or seek changes from negative to positive cognition, behavior, and affect pertaining to offenders that include oneself, others, and God. Now, I define state forgiveness. State forgiveness involves a process of offering, feeling, or seeking a changes from negative to positive cognition, behavior, and affect pertaining to specific offenses that are perceived to be perpetrated by oneself, others, or God. Further, we believe that important distinctive and core components of the definition of forgiveness that separate it from other form of adjustment and coping include motivational and volitional factors. As such, we believe that forgiveness is an internal process undertaken by the victim. Victim undertake the forgiveness as internally process and which does not require retributions, restitutions, and reconciliations or a return to vulnerability by the victim. Yet it reserves the right to take accountability from the victim. Now, my third slide is about the review of the theoretical and empirical literature. Firstly, I talk about theoretical literature, which includes the direct effect, indirect effect, and developmental processes and attributional processes. Now, I talk about direct effect. The direct effect of forgiveness on mental health can be described in terms of unforgiveness through rumination and involving the emotion of resentment, bitterness, hatred, hostility, and residual anger and fear. According to this study is according to Worthington et al. In 2001, sorry. Left unaddressed, negative emotions can lead to significant mental health problems. There are many ways to address unforgiveness, including retaliations, revenge, justice, denial, and unforgiveness. Forgiveness also involves the contaminations or preventions of unforgiveness with strong positive love based emotions. When describing the emotions of forgiveness and unforgiveness, Worthington and his at all are careful at point out that these are not just a subjective feelings but like all emotions involve a variety of physiological processes. It is through these physiological changes that forgiveness may likely have its direct effect on mental health and well-being. Indirect effect. Now I talk about indirect effect. Forgiveness is likely to promote mental health indirectly through variables such as social support, interpersonal functioning, and health behavior. This study is about Worthington and Thamsok and Chandra. These mediating variables are commonly associated with improved mental health and propose that forgiveness is positively related to these mediating variables that in turn are positively related to mental health. Social support and interpersonal functioning and health behavior seems less likely to be intervened with the ability to forgive and thus more likely to be clear mediator in this indirect and direct process. Now I talk about developmental process of forgiveness. Much work has been completed in describing the developmental process of forgiveness, and Wright in 1998 provided a summary of 20 steps or units of forgiveness and divided the process into four broad phases. These four broad phases are uncovering phase, decision phase, work phase, and deepening phase. Firstly, I talk about uncovering phase. Uncovering phase refers to the awareness of the problem and emotional pain following an offense, including anger and insight. Secondly, is the decision phase, includes realizing the needs for an alternate resolution. Third phase is work phase, include processes such as reframing, empathy, and acceptance of pain. Fourth one is deepening the phase, includes finding meaning and universality. It is carefully pointed out that overall process of forgiveness is not likely to be linear, and depending on one stage of progression through the developmental process of forgiveness, the relationship between forgiveness and mental health may vary. In the earliest stage of this process, forgiveness may actually be related to poorer mental health, but as one works through the later phase, like that is work and deepening, the effect of forgiveness should become more beneficial. In this way, developmental stage may act as a moderator of the forgiveness and mental health relationships. Now I talk about attributional processes. The ability to forgive is thought to be positively associated with personal control in one's life, according to
Sorry to interrupt. Approximately 2 minutes left.
Okay, ma'am, I wrap up it quickly. Given this connection between forgiveness and personal control and the connection between perceptions of control and mental health, it appears that an important indirect pathway from forgiveness to mental health involves perceived personal control. Now I talk about empirical literature. My next slide is on empirical literature. A smaller number of correlations, experimental and intervention studies make up the empirical literature on forgiveness and mental health. Although this literature is small in size, the findings from these studies suggest an important role of forgiveness in mental health and psychological well-being. Correlation studies like dimension of forgiveness and that are assessed in relation to mental health have been limited. There are only six include measuring of forgiveness on self. Only three studies included measures assessing forgiveness for by God. Only one study assessed seeking forgiveness. Now there is some studies reporting correlation between forgiveness and mental health. There are lots of studies like Barry and Worthington give the study 2001 forgiveness positively related to global mental health. According to Brown, forgiveness negatively related to depression. According to Exelin 1999, difficulty forgiving God and self positively related to depression and anxiety. Difficulty forgiving other positively related to anxiety. There are lots of studies to this, to ma'am. Now I study about intervention studies.
Monica,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, your time is up. Will you please proceed to
Okay.
the concluding slide
Yes,
or your
ma'am.
concluding presentation?
My conclusion is that our review of the literature on forgiveness and mental health suggests that theory and empirical work at the beginning point, vast areas of theoretical and theological position exist regarding the relationship between forgiveness and mental health. Empirical evidence is growing in support of the notion that forgiveness may have a solitary effect on mental health and well-being. Therefore, in order to enhance mental health and well-being, we can work upon the forgiveness characteristics of an individual. Thank you so much, ma'am. My presentation is over. Thank you for supporting me.
Thank you, Monica. Can you please tell us that your topic, how it is relevant with the theme of our conference today?
Ma'am, my topic, gender and peace, like forgiveness is related to our mind peace, our mental health. If like when we are unforgiveness, अगर हम किसी को माफ ही नहीं कर पाएंगे तो हमारे मन के अंदर मतलब वो हमारी जो इंटरनल पीस है वो खत्म होती चली जाती है। तो इसीलिए हम मेरा जो ये कॉन्सेप्ट है वो फॉरगिवनेस पे इसलिए बेस है कि हमारा जो जेंडर इक्वलिटी और जो पीस है, अगर हम वो माफ करते चले जाएंगे, मतलब दूसरों को हम अगर वो ग्रजेस ही नहीं रखेंगे अपने अंदर, तो हमारी जो मेंटल पीस और हमारी मेंटल हेल्थ है वो इंक्रीज होती चली जाएगी।
And my second question would be, Can you please tell us about the methodology you have followed for this particular article?
जी मैम okay. Sorry, can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Yeah, the methodology that you have followed for this particular research that you have presented today.
Okay, I collected my data from various sites, ma'am. Like this is because a empirical study. So we collect our data from शोध गंगा और जो रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स जो भी हैं हमारे उनमें से मैंने ये डाटा और उसमें ट्रेड एंड ट्रेड फॉरगिवनेस एंड ट्रेड फॉरगिवनेस के बारे में मैंने बताया.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you everyone for participating here. All the participants, I would like to extend my gratitude, all the audience who have come here, and I'm very happy and grateful to the esteemed chair and co-chair for presiding over this conference. We will now have a short tea break, which will be of 10 minutes, and then we will be again coming back to this auditorium for the plenary session.
হ্যাঁ, হ্যাঁ, হ্যাঁ। দেখতে পাচ্ছ কি? একবার দেখে নাও, দেখে নাও।
হ্যালো।
Hello.
Hello. Huh. Fine. Welcome back again. Now that the scientific sessions and the tea break is over, now let's start with the next plenary session. Plenary session number 3. Professor Anup Dhar would be delivering an online talk based on the violence on psychology. The session will be chaired by Dr. Shonali De, Professor of Psychology, University of Calcutta. For twice, she served as the departmental chair for 2 terms, and thrice she served as member of Calcutta University Senate. She had also served as Secretary General of National Academy of Psychology for 2 consecutive terms. She is one of the editors of the volume titled Psychology in Modern India: Historical, Methodological, and Future Perspectives, published by Springer Nature, a book that gives a comprehensive coverage to the journey of psychology in India. So let's start off with the session. I would request Dr. Shonali De to come upon the stage to preside over the session as a chair. Okay. I request ma'am to please be seated. Thank you, ma'am. So before starting off with the main session, I would like to introduce Professor Anup Dhar a bit more. Post-structuralist critiques of mental health took Anup Dhar, who has a training in medicine, to an engagement with Freudian psychoanalysis. Rethought psychoanalysis and the rethought political came to dialogue in his research through the perspectives of practical philosophy and medieval spirituality. He is a former professor of psychology 2011 to 17 and the professor of philosophy 18 to 21. He is currently a fellow at the Hans Killian and Lot Kohler Center for Cultural Psychology and Historical Anthropology, Department of Social Theory and Social Psychology, Ruhr University, Bochum, Germany. He has to his credit 10 books and monographs and has published more than 70 papers in Rethinking Marxism, Economic and Political Weekly, Collegium, Anthropologium, Indian Journal of History and Science, Contributions to Indian Sociology, Journal of Cultural Studies, Psychotherapy, and World of the Third and Global Capitalism Between Marx and Freud. Palgrave Macmillan, 2023. He co-edited books including Breaking the Silo, Integrated Science Education in India, Orient Black Swan, 2017, Psychoanalysis in Indian Terror, Emerging Themes in Culture, Family, and Childhood, Lexington Books, 2018, Marxism and the Spiritual, Routledge, 2020, and Clinique, Critique, Culture, Psychoanalysis from India, which is forthcoming. He's currently completing a book on Girindra Sekhar Bose titled Aboriginal Psychoanalysis and a co-author book in Bengali, Rajnitir Bhut Bhovishyat, The Past and the Future of the Political, forthcoming, Ananda Publishers, 2023. He is the editor of the Journal of Practical Philosophy. He is currently teaching a 2-year online course titled Psychoanalysis in Practice Between Philosophy and Neurobiology. This is a very, very heartfelt welcome for his speech. Welcome, Professor Anup Dhar, for his plenary session. Over to Professor Anup.
Thank you. Thank you. Shonali, it's really late, I think. So let us do it over a shorter time today, I think.
Just before Professor Dhar starts, let me tell you one thing. The thing is that Professor Dhar is a real multidisciplinary person. I mean, we talk about multidisciplinary work, multidisciplinary research nowadays, but if we know the way Professor Dhar started his career and the way it took, it tells us that he's a person is true multidisciplinary. The today's topic of today's plenary session is violence and psychology. We talk about violence in psychology, the violences that take place in society at micro and macro level, how psychology, addresses those violence, and how psychology tries to bring peace, from those violent ridden spaces. But using another window, we may see that violence is within and around psychology. Today, Professor Anup Dhar will share with us his reading about this violence. And I'd just like to add two more points. One is that the history of psychology, as you know, is quite young. It's only a century and a half history of psychology. But that is not what psychology completely is. Psychology is stretched over epochs, over, if we talk about mind and let us say madness, probably Professor Dhar will like to talk about madness as well, as I get from the abstract. So it stretched over epochs, over ages, over epochs. And probably a historical analysis can tell us, we can get a better idea about these, not from the limited span of psychology, formal journey of psychology, but from the whole journey of our understanding of the history of our understanding of mind and madness. So let me invite Professor Dhar to deliver his talk.
Shonalidi, please don't say Professor Dhar. Anup is fine. Let me remain Anup. Can you see my slide? Is my slide visible? Somebody say yes from the
Yes, sir.
audience. Huh? Should I make it full screen? Will that help? Okay. I am making it full screen. It may help a little bit.
It's fine now, sir. Thank you.
It's fine now. Huh? Uh, so I will not take more than 30 minutes, I promise. Okay. Because it is quite late. I know it's beyond 5:30 now already. I'll try to actually finish even before that. I'll try my best. First, my my gratitude to Sanchita and Srimoy and the psychology faculty at Parashat University, West Bengal State University, Barashat, for having actually opened up this angle, peace psychology. I would not have thought of this talk or of this paper or of what I'm trying to write around this. Without this angle, peace psychology that Shonchita actually planted in my head. Also, my gratitude to Hani. I'm not going on saying professor, huh? Please, okay, and please address me as Anup. Hani, who spoke, and it was beautiful listening to her in the afternoon today, for having taken me to questions of engaged spirituality. His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, for having opened up a number of thoughts in me. And of course, a recent discussion I have been having with Hani, Professor Rachna Johri, and Dr. Parul Bansal uh, in Delhi, actually. Four of us were trying to set up the psychology program for a particular university. And as we were discussing it, number of thoughts came to me. So I owe this discussion today, and it is not a certain discussion. I'm just sharing a few ideas, few thoughts with you all, and let us do it. Let us do it at peace, with peace, and with peace psychology in mind. And I think I owe a deep and heartfelt gratitude to Parul Rachna, Honey. Without them and the discussions I have had with them, I would not have presented this paper. I had a very different paper to present today on Tagore, which I didn't actually. I changed it at the last minute and thought, no, let me do this. This was looking more urgent in my madness. Uh, the basic question I'm asking, and let me see how fast I can do it. Is psychology a spiritual discipline or is psychology a medical discipline? And I kind of take off from Honey's talk today before me, um, and a paper by Sudhir Kakkar where he asks a similar question: is psychoanalysis a spiritual discipline? And I would try to, this is actually my last slide, but also the first slide. I will actually try to open it up through the angle of medieval spirituality, something I am currently working on. And 2 points over there have already been elaborately done by Honey in her talk today, and I have been present all day today from morning, and it has come up number of times in other sessions as well, even by chairpersons who have been speaking after the talks. The question of the interdependence of self and other and the interconnectedness of self and other, Honey has elaborated on it in detail. Actually, I won't get into that. I am actually today opening up a few other angles from largely culled out of medieval spirituality. Medieval spirituality in Bengal. I am not so conversant with other forms of spirituality in other parts of India, but Bengal is a little bit idea I'm beginning to get now over the last few years. And if I add to interdependence and interconnectedness, some of the insights from Bengal Vaishnavism, actually. One is self transformation as condition for world transformation, that you can change the world only and only if you have transformed yourself. Two, um, self knowledge as condition for worldly knowledge, that we can only know the world if I know the self a little better. And here I think Erickson's quote becomes very, very important: the more you know yourself, the more patience you have for what you see in others. And this is self work, self knowledge in psychoanalysis. And my urging today would be, have we done some violence on ourselves actually by moving away from that practice of self work and self knowledge, and self transformation that we had to do earlier to enter therapeutic processes or practices? Medieval spirituality is also an attention to the affective, an attention to emotions, an attention to feelings, and an attention to affect. All three terms are different, but today let us not get into that. Not two. The other is, you can see in the slide, the possibility of hosting madness. Is there in medieval spirituality a possibility, a power, a window to host madness? And the last one, which we needn't touch today, possibility of hosting love and longing. But is the therapeutic process about hosting love? About hosting madness, about hosting the affective, about self knowledge, about self transformation, in the interconnectedness of therapist and client, in the interdependence of therapist and client? Is the therapeutic process a micro transformative process, a micro spiritual process, actually, which connects to larger spiritual or transformative processes? And Erickson's quote over here becomes very, very important. The more you know yourself, the more patience you have for what you see in others. And does, as Honey has pointed out today in her talk, does attention to self transformation, self knowledge, self work reduce our violence? Does it bring peace? Does it bring peace even in the session? Does it bring peace in our client's life as well? Is the question. Does it bring peace in us who want to become therapists? Uh, Now I come to the PPT actually, and the pictures over here open up the angle I want to develop today. One is to see, as Shonalidi has already pointed out, I think that is very, very important what she pointed out: psychology, attention to subjective processes, attention to self-transformative processes, attention to intraceptive processes. This phrase I take from Ashish Nandi. Intraceptive processes is an old practice. It's an old practice all over the world. And sometimes one can say psychology is a new wine in a very, 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 very ancient bottle, in a very, very old bottle, actually. Um, has this wine become too medicalized? Do we need to spiritualize it? And here I also mark a kind of, let us play with this, let us be playful with this, a distinction between clinical psychology and peace psychology. Does will peace psychology take us more towards the spiritual side, and does clinical psychology take us more towards the medical side? And which one does peace psychology open up another window to psychology, is the question I'm asking. And I think this is a question Shonchita inserted in my mind, and earlier Honey inserted in my mind, and increasingly Shonality has said it also, that I have myself moved from a more medicalized form initially to a more political form, but then the political kind of disappointed me. And I found a better refuge, a more peaceful refuge in the more spiritual form, actually. Uh, uh, Given this, today's discussion is on looking at the history of psychology, as Shonality pointed out. We can see the history of psychology in the form of a step ladder, as I have put up the picture over here, and you can see a man walking up the stairs. And I deliberately took the picture of a man actually walking up the stairs, a kind of progressive journey, what Michel Foucault calls the increasing formalization of knowledge. In the increasing formalization of knowledge, actually, it looks like knowledge moves in a step ladder manner from a lower step to a higher step, and we are moving higher and higher and higher. And the current step is the best step. Okay, our current stage is the best stage. I think this is precisely the violence on psychology, on the discipline, on this very old, this very ancient practice, actually, to attend to the subjective, the intersubjective, the intraceptive. Okay, to attend to self-transformation, to attend to self-knowledge. This very, very old practice, if put in this model, um, that we move in a step ladder way, what happens is that step 4 in the step ladder looks to be the best psychology, and step 1 looks to be past psychology, something we give up, something we give up and proceed. Here, I think um, the understanding. I have put up the picture of the banyan tree. Actually, the banyan is a beautiful example of multiplicity. Something Honey also brought up in her talk. Banyan is a beautiful example of multiplicity. Actually, the banyan finally doesn't have a central trunk, actually. And finally, what we have are only prop roots. Uh, Prop roots, which are difficult to say whether they're roots or stem. Okay, and these prop roots hold the banyan. So the banyan is a kind of originary multiplicity. It's multiple, actually, and there are so many prop roots of the banyan. So one way to look at psychology, actually, as a practice, psychology as a practice, actually, is to see psychology in the 1, 2, 3, 4 step ladder manner, and to see the 4 as the final and ultimate stage of psychology and the best stage of psychology. And this is what should be done now. The other is to see psychology as a banyan tree and having multiple prop roots, actually, and we can then understand the prop roots, different prop roots of the banyan in different ways. This actually takes me to the question of the violence on psychology. I'm not talking of the violence of psychology. I'm talking of the violence on psychology, how this discipline was taken in a particular direction, and we look at that history actually, uh, and 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 is the reduction of violence in moving to a banyan actually a multiplicity of psychologies, and this is a line we came upon actually, Hani, Rachna, Parul, and I. And our first line in our draft note was, psychology is not one discipline. Psychology is an originary multiplicity. Uh, and my question is that, how do we do peace psychology? This question I want to develop in my slides. The and this slide I won't develop too much. My basic point in this slide is a two-liner. One, we haven't had the clinic forever. The clinic was born in the 18th century at a particular time in Europe and in Western Europe, to be precise. And the clinic is a particular relationship which medicine developed actually. I'll come to that in the next slide. And hence Foucault writes the birth of the clinic. Okay, so hence we can say the birth of the clinic. And what I'm trying to do over here actually is then to put a historical angle to this phrase we utter regularly now, clinical psychology. Clinical is a completely new thing, is a new thing, is just a 200-year-old thing, and it has a particular angle. And that angle needs to be considered when we say clinical psychology. It's not to give up clinical psychology. Everybody should be there. It's a plurality, it's a multiplicity. A number of prop groups need to be there. But we also need to understand this term clinical in its historicity, actually. And the birth of the clinic is a particular relationship that comes up. Uh, the second is the book you can see over here, The Normal and the Pathological, by George Canguilhem, who was Foucault's PhD supervisor, actually, who showed actually the birth of the idea normal and pathological is also an 18th century idea. These ideas were not there before us, before the 18th century, actually. This opens up a question to us actually. Have we over medicalized psychology? Have we over psychiatrized psychology? It's a question, it's a self doubt I'm sharing with friends actually. Okay. This opens up a question for us. Uh, I think the echo is happening because the psychology departmental microphone is not muted. Perhaps take a look at that, Devanshu. Uh, this long quote, I'm not reading it out in detail. We don't have the time for that. Quickly put, this long quote actually gives us two angles, and let's hold on to that angle for a minute. Before the 18th century, medicine was interested in health. Post the 18th century, with the birth of the clinic, medicine got interested in the normal and the pathological. I've written it in Bengali as well, Shastho or Shabhavik. These two are very different angles. The health of a society, the health of a community, the health of a subject, and the division of society into normal and abnormal. Okay, normal and the pathological. These two are very, very different vocations. Okay, so it is not that psychology, if it's spiritual, will not look for health. It is not that psychology, if it's spiritual, will not look for healing. It will look for healing, and that is the power of peace psychology, actually. Peace psychology, tuned to spirituality, can actually usher in social healing, social health. The more medicalized form of psychology, which we call clinical psychology, and there's nothing wrong in it, please. It is just one form in my banyan, in my prop roots, actually. It is not the only form. And that is the basic proposition I'm trying to place before us, is that when we take only one path, one route, one road, one highway, we tend to become violent. We tend to become certain. We tend to become certain, and hence we tend to become violent. When there is a multiplicity, plurality of paths, actually, we remain less certain, we remain in self-doubt, and our knowledges keep transforming, keep changing, keep getting corrected. And in fact, over here, a distinction I will mark between science and religion. Science makes mistakes. Science changes. Religion doesn't make mistakes. Religion hence tends to not change. Okay, and as already said it in the afternoon, religion and spirituality are absolutely different paths. They are not related. They are unrelated, actually, largely unrelated. But science, we make mistakes, we make changes, we revise. You saw in COVID first wave and COVID second wave, we had a very different knowledge of COVID, and there is no shame in that in science, actually. So, in that sense, do we have psychology as a spiritual discipline tuned to peace psychology, and psychology as a more medical discipline tuned to clinical psychology? Can they be there side by side and not one to the exclusion of the other? So the basic distinction over here, Foucault's distinction, is between health, healing on the one hand, and normal and pathological on the other hand. This has been described by others. This is a paper by a group of scholars, which they call psychiatrization of everyday life, top-down psychiatrization of society, and bottom-up psychiatrization of society. We also want psychiatry now, and psychiatry wants us. Okay, so constantly high indices of mental disorders. I have a question mark on these high indices of mental disorders. Okay, I don't take it as natural, as obvious that, oh, more and more people are getting mentally ill. We need to really re-examine that, actually. And I have a question over there. I'll come to that. Is society becoming more ill, or are we becoming more ill individually? Increasing service utilization, diagnostic categories, pathologization of minor disturbances of well-being. Even minor disturbances are getting pathologized, and the DSM is getting inflated and inflated. Soaring use of psychotropic drugs, and everyday use of psychiatric language and concepts. We keep saying, "Oh, I'm depressed." These are actually instances of a far-reaching and expansive psychiatrization of everyday life. Do we want to question or examine this a little bit, actually? I come to Tagore now. The Bengali quote has been translated. I'm not too happy with the translation, but it is important to connect with our audience over here. Tagore kind of says this: "Mad isn't a hateful word to us. We worship Nimai. Nimai is Chaitanya." Again, Bengal Vaishnavism, because of his craziness, his madness, Kappa, Nimai ke amra Kappa bulia bhakti kori. Maheshwar too is our lunatic god, Shiva, actually. And the dance was interesting in the morning, actually. I was thinking of this Tagore quote when that dance performance was happening. The West is debating as to whether talent is only a form of developed craziness, developed madness, actually. But here we don't feel ashamed to accept this as true. Inspiration is, of course, madness. It is an exception to the rule. It comes only to upset order. It emerges all of a sudden. And so the point Tagore makes in this piece, short piece titled Pagal in Hindi, and madness maybe in English, is an angle Tagore opens up and argues, and number of Tagore songs on madness, actually, where he argues that we are not negative about madness. We have an interesting relationship with madness. The painting is not mine. Yeah, is a painting of Nimai, actually, Chaitanya. or and the painting actually touches the madness in him or in her actually, and we can take note of that. This takes me to two questions actually. Kierkegaard asking us, if you name me, you negate me. By giving me a name, a label, you negate all the other things I could possibly do. And the question for us is individual psychopathology a symptom of a larger and deep-seated social pathology? Are toxic cultures making us all the more toxic? In a polluted city, it's more likely that we will have asthmatic attacks. So, are our mental suffering a symptom of larger social toxicity or social pollution? I'll quickly go through the history to only open up again this question: can psychology be rethought as a spiritual discipline and not just as a medical discipline or a clinical discipline, and not just the division of the normal and the pathological? The turns in psychology: we have the behaviorist moment, we have the cognitivist challenge for the psychological throne. Again, it comes like a step ladder. I don't have the time to read this um, page over here, but quickly put the question of the cognitivist turn around the 1960s, around Beck's work, Aaron Beck's work, and how it came about. Question one. Two, what we are seeing, I think just reading out two lines would be enough over here. We are already seeing the affective turn. Lido brought interest to the emotion of fear and the activation of the amygdala in the emotional brain, 1998. And in that same year, Panksepp coined the term affective neuroscience. And we'll see the book quickly. Is the question that is opening up now. And hence, the point I'm making is that the discipline is not static, the discipline is moving actually. And neuroscience, neurobiology is moving very, very fast now that we can do PET scans and fMRIs. We can study only partly the live brain. We can study emotions now. And that is opening up major angles actually in brain biology or the neuronal self. Let me not call it brain, let me call it the neuronal self. The whole body is neuronal, uh, and in that sense, we have taken the affective turn. Uh, Traditionally, the cerebral cortex is seen to have the most important role in higher functions of the brain, such as cognition and behavioral regulation, whereas subcortical structures are considered to have subservient or no roles in these functions. And this is a paper you can check actually, which critiques the corticocentric view of the human brain and makes space for what we have hitherto called the subcortical. Okay. And why do I make this connection actually? That corticocentrism um, has also opened up a space for uh, an overemphasis on the cognitive actually. How do we make space for the subcortical? And it is not subcortical anymore. We'll see in the next few slides. The subcortical is not subcortical, it's not below the cortical actually. And we need perhaps uh, a reversed or an inverted understanding of the neuronal apparatus now, given the new findings in affective neuroscience. I really would have loved to get into that today, but we don't have that time. Just a few quick insights from affective neuroscience. One, we are increasingly seeing that consciousness doesn't come from above, consciousness comes from below. Consciousness comes from the brainstem, consciousness comes from the periaqueductal gray, consciousness comes from below in the brain. We had hitherto thought consciousness comes from above. No, affective neuroscience and new neurobiology is showing us consciousness comes from below actually. and uh, these are pathways. I will skip this slide actually. These are pathways that are deeply subcortical, as you can see in this slide. Primary process emotions, and then upper limbic, and then neocortical. Okay, and what we are getting to learn now from advances in affective neuroscience in the last 10 years, only in the last 10 years, this is a new angle in medicine. This is a new angle in neurobiology, and it is opening up a space for us where we are beginning to see that there are pathways that we share um, uh, with reptiles, with fish, with mammals, and these pathways are more than 200 million years old. Okay, so the animal is not an inferior um, thing. The animal is part of us. The animal is not a problem. Bestiality is a problem, and humans can be more cruel than animals. Uh, and when we look at these pathways, what we are seeing is that the seven basic emotions are coming from the lower, quote unquote, the lower brain. I wouldn't call it the lower anymore, actually. That terminology needs to be revised. It is not lower anymore. Um, and so the higher, lower, that itself is an 18th century, 19th century idea to divide things into higher and lower, upper and lower, and say subcortical, cortical and subcortical. That terminology has to change. Like we don't say anymore he, we say she. Similarly, we need to perhaps give up these terminologies, lower brain, subcortical, etc. What we are seeing is that these areas are areas for actually seven fundamental emotional, the more psychoanalytic scholars are calling it drives, pathways actually: appetitive foraging, consummatory reward, freezing and flight, aggression, nurture and care, separation distress, grief panic, and rough and tumble play. Play as part of us actually. And this space, and we have only found seven up to now. We may find more as we go along. And this is Pangsep. Actually, I can't play the video. The next slide, one line from the next slide is important actually. Neocortex without a brain stem can never be conscious. So consciousness, the seat of consciousness, is coming from quote unquote the below, and it's coming up, and affective neuroscience is really turning the brain around. Actually, it is really turning it the other way around, the brain. And the brainstem structures that generate conscious states are not only responsible for the degree, but also for the core quality of subjective being. I'll skip this one. I'll come to the last slide over here. The only one that I need actually. Yes. I feel like this about that, where this is consciousness and that is perception. Consciousness from below, consciousness from inside, consciousness from internal perceptions. Just the last line. Since cortical consciousness is contingent upon brainstem consciousness, affect is revealed to be the foundational form of consciousness. The sentient subject is literally constituted by affect. I'm not getting into the plasticity question over here, which is also opening up new questions for us. Neurons that fire together, wire together. Uh, I'm also not going into this, that the brain structures that we had seen earlier are now seen to be very different. Just one quick example: the amygdala was hitherto seen as a seat of fear, but now we are seeing the amygdala as a seat of uncertainty. Okay, so the brain areas have multiple functions, not one. Just the last slide now. This opens up for us a question, the healing power of emotion, actually, and a lot of work now is opening up in affective psychotherapy, the healing power of emotions, and how does one connect then depression and oppression in one's therapeutic or healing work? How does one connect maladies of individuals with the declining soundness of society? Is the mind unsound, or is it an unsound society? And what is the connection between the toxicity of a culture and the suffering of the individual psyche? And do we need to take affect seriously, or emotion and feeling seriously over here? The last slide is a repetition of that. This opens up then a question for us. This is why I had said what we are witnessing in the last 1 decade, just about 1 or 1.5 decades actually, a space opening up, a completely new space. And I myself, a student of that space, a mere student of that space. And I'm increasingly every day nearly seeing that what we had known earlier is fast changing. What I had learned in medicine is fast changing, actually. And do we then now see in psychology the affective turn? We had done the cognitive turn, we have had the behaviorist turn, but is it time for the affective turn, actually? Or was the affective turn always already there in psychoanalysis, there in medieval spirituality, which was always attentive to affect, which had the possibility of hosting madness and saw self transformation as a way of connecting with therapeutic processes, therapeutic practices in psychology. So the basic point is to go back from the step ladder to the banyan, the prop roots of psychology. See it as a multiplicity of processes, and peace psychology and spiritualized psychology actually can come together to open up possibly a new prop root in psychology, which is tuned to the affective. And interestingly, accidentally, it's a historical accident. It would tend to be well in tune with contemporary advances in affective neuroscience, actually. So science, spirituality, psychology can come together in a very, very different way than in the medicalized, clinicalized, psychiatrized, normal pathological way, which is one way and which should remain as one way in psychology. But can there be other ways of doing psychology as well? And does peace psychology open ourselves up to that side? The last point, peace psychology will perhaps bring peace in our lives um, uh, if it also manages to attend to the affective and the 7 pathways I was trying to track over there. And in those 7 pathways, we have aggression and we have care, which we share with the mammalian world. So we have aggression and we have care. And Erickson called it respectful reconciliation with our animal selves, actually. And uh, what would be our respectful reconciliation with aggression and care, with aggression and nurturance, with aggression and love, with aggression and play? And peace psychology, if it attends to the 7 pathways, actually, would perhaps bring lasting peace, sustainable peace in human society. Thank you.
Thank you, Anup. I'm not calling you Professor Dhar, okay?
Yeah,
Thank you,
please don't.
Anup, for your excellent and illuminating uh, talk. And I know we couldn't give you the time you deserve because of, the
It's okay.
difficulty
It's
in
okay.
situating the sessions.
Everything need not be said also. We have
Yeah.
to do it at peace. I'm at peace.
So,
Don't worry
yeah.
about time. Yeah.
So it's now open to discussion. I know participants who are attending this session must have questions and must have comments to make. So please.
Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. First, I would like to add something. Sir, in one of your slide, you said that neocortex without a brainstem can never be conscious. It is actually the same thing that yogic literature is saying. It is something very similar what Buddhist literature has been saying since years, like hundreds of years. So first thing is this. So second, I have had an observation that clinical psychology as a discipline has been more focused on healing the symptoms of the problem. That is a problem at very gross level, and the spirituality has been more focused on healing the causes of the problems. That is the problem at very subtle level. So your comments on this statement, one, and sir, second, what should be the way forward for us as researchers, like individually researchers, to contribute to the growth of psychology as a spiritual discipline? These two. Thank you, sir.
Shonaliti, how to go about
Uh,
one by one?
Sure. Any more questions? Anup would like to respond to that.
No, I'll go by because we don't have too much time. We can take all the questions,
Okay.
and
Sure.
if none are
Sure.
there, I'll respond to this.
Huh. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Anupda, Shumit here.
Yes, yes, Sumit,
একটু
yes.
আলোটা জ্বালিয়ে দিলে হতো
So
এখানে
I just wanted to
সামনের
ask
আলো
that when you're connecting the
পেছন দিকটা আলো
cortex and the hindbrain, the brain stem, which is a wonderful connection. So is it that can we merge peace psychology with something like a evolutionary psychology? Will that make it more complete? And one more question is, what will be your definition of peace so that we can have an operational definition with which you can go forward? And is peace psychology the missing link between spirituality and the conventional psychology, what we talk about? I mean, will it fill up the gap? Because peace psychology for us will be the next big thing. I hope so. And also, one more thing, why is it that the abnormal thing started in the 18th century? You being studying the history of psychiatry, why is it 18? Why not 17? Why not 19? Why is it related to the industrial revolution? Any connections? I just want to know. Thank you.
I guess that's it.
That's
Any
it.
more questions?
Both these questions require two talks. So let us end here. It must be beyond 6 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. Any other question from the house? One or two questions? We can take a couple of more questions from the house. Is there any? You want to ask? Anyone? Yes, Pallavi, probably. No, 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 no. So you raised your hand, so I thought maybe you would like to. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, sir, thank you for your nice session. Actually, I want to ask a question that how it is you correlate with the peace with the cognition and amygdala and neurons. So I have this question, and you in your slide, if I first you describe about the mad and peace, and what you mean. I want to ask just what is the gist you want to say in the full of your the slides.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess that's it, ma'am.
That's it.
Those were the questions.
That's it. That's it. Uh, Mr. Kalra, first your question actually. It's a very important point you are making, and it requires a long discussion, but a quick one-liner on this would be: see, first, when you say Buddhist, when you say yogic, what you're actually saying is what Shonalidi also said, and I also want to highlight, is that modern psychology is water in an old bottle. Let's not call it wine, huh? Let's call it water. Water in an old bottle, actually, a very old bottle. It's new water in an old bottle. Okay, so this pathway has been explored by others as well. It's not that this pathway has not been explored by others. Number one. Number one. Number two, uh, uh, Shumit, your question. See, I indeed see peace psychology as a way. Peace psychology as a way, and that connects to Mr. Kalra's second question as well. Peace psychology as a way to rethink psychology. Actually, this is a chance, and see, one, like, the cognitive turn is tied to the Turing machine, actually. Without that, we would not have had the cognitive turn. And it's good we have had that turn, actually. We have been attentive to attention. It's a good moment we have had. Okay. But conjunctures get created historically suddenly, like you asked now, why normal pathological in the 18th century? Certain processes suddenly come together and things begin to happen in a discipline or in a vocation or in a pathway, actually. And there, I, I feel exactly like the connection between cognition and the Turing machine. What we are accidentally seeing over here, worldwide unrest and the need for peace. Okay, and the long list of peace thinkers, practitioners of nonviolence. Okay, that whole pathway. Okay, and interesting openings happening in evolutionary biology, evolutionary psychology, affective neuroscience. Suddenly these things are coming together, actually. And interestingly, West Bengal State University has created this opening, actually, peace psychology. And as I thought about peace psychology, I suddenly saw an opening, actually, where I agree with you, Shumit, actually, and Mr. Kalra's second question, actually. The opening is that it can open us up to a pathway where we make space for different kinds of psychologies, different kinds of psychological practices, different kinds of therapeutic practices, actually. So uh, that is one path. Why the normal and pathological in the 18th century? That will take a very, very long time. Let's not get into that today. Some other day. Um, uh, Ma'am, your question. Let me put it like this very, very quickly. Uh, when we present the world to ourselves and experience to ourselves in terms of the paradigmatic division normal pathological, we have a certain relationship with experience. If we present the world to ourselves in different ways, which we have elaborated in the medieval spirituality side and slide and all the discussion that happened all through the day today, other openings get created, actually. Other openings happen. And in those other openings, we may not be too scared of madness. We may not be too scared of longing and love. We may not be too scared of affect and emotion feelings. Okay, we may not be too scared of self work, self knowledge. We may not be too scared to look at ourselves. We may not be too scared of self transformation, and that gives a path in psychology, could open up a path in psychology. And peace psychology may be one of the earliest earliest seeds actually of those openings happening in psychology. And this is a discipline. I see it as a discipline with multiple pathways, multiple openings, like the banyan tree, multiple prop roots actually, and these openings get created from time to time. The more theoretical philosophical question is peace psychology offering us a way to rethink psychology actually? And only one of the ways that I can foreground over here would be an attention to those 7 pathways of drives or emotions, whichever way you may want to put it. We don't have a concrete enunciation yet over there, but pathways that have aggression and nurture and scare love as 2 fundamental pathways in the human, and how do we work with them in what we are now beginning to call affective psychotherapy. That's all, Shonaldi. Let it be this much for today. Aaj thak, এইটুকুই থাক আজকে. It must be very late for you.
Okay, I would just like to make just 2 quick reflections. First thing is that the increasing formalization of knowledge that takes us to through the steps. I was just reflecting the turns that psychology took during these formative years, and I mean it's not that stage. We are going through formative stages, and psychology adjusted and accommodated with socio-political demands and of the dominant demands, socio-political economic demands of that period. That is something I think is very important, that psychology, I mean, we justify wars with destructive instinct. We justify it wars with destructive instinct. We remember that. That's a long back history. I mean, we had been doing that. Now, talking about plurality, I wonder, Anup, whether society is tolerant about plurality, whether society makes, considers it as deviation.
Yes.
Plurality is often perceived as deviation and not tolerated. When you talk about contextuality, we talk about multiplicity, we have to remember that, this also we have to remember this binary between binary has a relation. If we have a relation between self and others, then the 2 binaries are also related. I don't want to get into the trap of the binary. But the thing is that plurality, if we talk about plural and singularity of the dominant, then still there are relations between the 2. And we have to remember that plurality shouldn't be considered a deviation. And when psychology becomes an unidimensional psychology, it is definitely not tolerant about plurality.
Yes.
And the other one, just the last one, Anup, the last one is that I was thinking about where self is situated. Shall we talk about, when we are talking about neuronal self, I was thinking about the experiential self as well.
Yes.
There are many selves. Even there are plurality in selves. And we cannot go for one. We have to, here also remember that we have to think it in terms of plurality. So these are my observations. Anup, if you want to make any comment.
No. I have nothing. I just agree with you. That's all. Thank you for saying that. Actually, plurality of selves also, Shonalidi, because we saw today a self from below, as if a self from below is also there. So yeah, I agree with you. Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Thank you. So I'd like to express my gratitude to Professor Anup Dhar for the beautiful deliberation and for waiting for a long time for this. He was kept waiting for a long time, and after that, it's very difficult to, keep this, the strength to deliver lecture, waiting for 2 hours, probably 1.5 or 2 hours waiting, during that time for this lecture to be delivered. And I would also like to thank the organizers, the authorities of WBSU and the participants who are present here, listened attentively to this beautiful lecture. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Anup, once more, once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening to all, once again. So we have arrived at the end of the day one of the second International Conference on Peace Psychology 2023. We are now going to start off with the much awaited cultural program. I would request all the attendees to kindly allow us some time for the sound check.
Hello.
I would request all of the attendees to kindly allow us some time for the sound check to be done properly.
Hello. টেকনিশিয়ান কে আছেন একটু স্টেজে আসবেন. The technician is requested to come up on stage.